Ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for all being here today, if not in spirit or if not in body, but certainly in spirit and mind. My name is Mike Shield. I'm a reporter with the Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, and I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider two applications and to report to them with recommendations. And the applications are firstly by Mr. Jim Reid for the retrospective change of use of agricultural land to form a 10-stance private permanent caravan park with ancillary developments. And secondly by Mr. William Doherty for the change of use, partly retrospective, of agricultural land to form a 9-stance caravan park for touring, gypsy and travelling people, and again with various ancillary facilities. Both of them are on adjoining sites on land to the southwest of Eskview Farm, St Cyrus in Aberdeenshire. As part of my consideration of these applications, I've decided to hold a hearing session to assist me in obtaining further information which I consider I need before I can finalise my reports to the Scottish ministers. I issued a procedure notice as far back, I noticed, as March of this year, indicating the topics that I wanted to discuss at the hearing. We were originally due to hold a hearing in April, which was had to be postponed, and then again it was due to be held last Tuesday on the 27th. But again, this had to be cancelled because of the continuing difficulties we're all facing with COVID-19. The hearing, I should say, will be webcast live at www.dpea.public-i.tv/core/portal/home. That's for everybody who is not directly taking part, and if daytime TV is particularly boring today. The video record of the inquiry will be retained on the website until after the applications are determined. By taking part in the virtual hearing, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of these images and sound recordings and any information contained in them for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Before I ask you to introduce yourselves, there are just a number of practical matters, although Callum has largely gone over them already. If I just re-emphasize the fact, when you finish speaking, please remember to turn off your microphones. I'll try and remember to do that myself. And if any parties are not taking an active part in a particular session, as Callum said, you can switch off your video and your mic. You'll still be able to follow the proceedings on the screen, but you'll be able to go and have your coffee and eat a biscuit without the rest of us all feeling incredibly jealous. Right. I'll now ask you to introduce yourselves, and I'll start with those appearing for the applicants. And if I can start with Ms. Farquharson Black.
Hi, good morning. Sorry, you'll see I've moved square because I'm having technical difficulties on my laptop. So I've jumped while that gets fixed. So I appear for the applicants, and I'm here with Ian Walton of SLR Consulting and representing the applicants Bill McDonald and Jim Reid. The intention is that Mr. Walton will do most of the answering the questions because it's very technical, with the applicant stepping in to assist. I'm hoping that I can switch off my video and my microphone. Hopefully I won't go for too many cups of tea, but hopefully I won't have to be that active a participant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just, so that everybody knows, everybody else, Mr. Walton.
Good morning. I'm Ian Walton. I'm a technical director with SLR Consulting. So I'll be dealing with most of the technical issues that are arisen. So, and I'm calling you from Pembrokeshire. So, you're muted, sir.
Sorry. Thank you. Introduce everybody else on the applicant's side, Mr. Reid. Can you hear me, Mr. Reid?
Hi there, yeah, Jim Reid, of one of the residents at the permanent site, North East Park. Nice to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. We'll call on you if I'm sure you'll be able to give us some information in due course. Thank you.
No problem.
And finally, Mr. McDonald, who I see him now, who's now under his own name. Mr. McDonald, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
For the Halton site.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Thank you. Right, now I'm going to go to SEPA next. So again, Mr. Welton, if you'd like to introduce yourself and your team.
Good morning, sir. My name's Craig Welton. I'm a partner at Burgess Hammond Solicitors representing SEPA at this hearing. I'm joined today on behalf of SEPA by Claire Wheeler, who's a senior hydrologist, Claire Pritchard, who's a senior planning officer, and Jim Mackay, who's the North Air planning manager. I suspect, so this is not a surprise, but we're not quite as far flung as Mr. Walton in terms of Pembrokeshire, but I think we're slightly more spread around the country than the applicants. So what we've taken to try and replicate as close as we can a real life hearing session, we have a parallel line of communication between the team. The intention is that I would be the person to coordinate amongst the team. Like Ms. Farquharson Black, I'm hoping you don't have to hear from me too often, but on occasion I may need to put you on mute and then go to the team just to check who's best placed to answer any questions.
Fine, thank you for that. I should have mentioned, and Callum can, if need be, set up breakout rooms for each of the groups. In which case, so you could, if we have a break, discuss matters between yourselves without everybody else hearing you.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll go through again, just individually, the members of your team. If I can start with Mr. Mackay.
Good morning, I'm Jim Mackay, and as Craig said, I'm the North Planning Manager.
Thank you. And Ms. Wheeler.
Good morning. Yes, I'm a senior hydrologist from SEPA, and I'm here to talk on any of the technical flood risk issues this morning.
Thank you again. I suspect you'll be taking the brunt of the questions on at least at the first part of the inquiry. And Ms. Pritchard.
Good morning, Claire Pritchard, Senior Planner.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, and last but by no means least, Aberdeenshire Council. If I can start with Mr. McIntosh.
Yes, good
Mr.
morning.
McIntosh?
Yes, good morning. I'm Rob McIntosh, Principal Solicitor at Aberdeenshire Council. With me is Councillor Wilson and Paul Williamson from the Planning Service. We are here principally to observe, as most of these technical matters are between SEPA consultant to the application and the applicant. But if there's anything particular you would like to address to the council, Mr. Shield would be happy to deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Many thanks. Mr. Williamson.
Thank you very much. Yes, as explained by Rob McIntosh, Paul Williamson, Senior Planner in Development Management. I dealt with the planning applications. So again, if there's any specific questions, I'm more than happy to try and answer them. Thank you. And finally, Councillor Wilson.
Good morning. Yes, I cover Ward 19, the Mourns, and as Mr. McIntosh said, I'm here to observe today. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, everybody. And as I say, once again, welcome. I'll now briefly explain the procedures to be followed at the hearing. It's intended to be a relatively informal roundtable discussion chaired by myself and restricted to the matters which I'm seeking further information. Now, I've already circulated the detailed questions to which I'm seeking answers so that parties could be prepared for today. Both SEPA and the Council have, in fact, set out responses to the questions in writing, and I'm grateful to you for doing that, and hopefully this will help to speed up the proceedings. For each question, I will ask one of the parties to respond initially and then seek comments and responses from other parties as appropriate. However, if any other person wants to ask a question in relation to one of these topics, they're welcome to do so. And in a high-tech world we're in, you just raise your hand if you want to ask a question or to say something. All questions should be asked through myself as the chair. As I will be writing down your responses, there will be inevitably some pauses at times, so you'll just have to bear with me when I'm doing that. Some of these questions require only a simple answer or even indeed yes or no, but others will no doubt entail some debate because of the differences in professional opinions that are involved. And I'm conscious that much of the discussion on technical matters will be between the representatives of SEPA and probably Ms. Wheeler and the applicant's professional consultant, Mr. Walton. However, if any of the council representatives wish to ask any questions on any of these matters, then again, I say they're welcome to do so, or indeed if the applicants wish to do so. Although the hearing is relatively narrowly focused on certain technical issues, I should point out at this stage that my report to ministers will be based on all the written submissions and documents that I have received from the parties, including the representations submitted by members of the public. Whilst I've set aside the whole day for the hearing, I'm hopeful that we will be able to finish in a much shorter time. I am, however, conscious that looking at a screen and concentrating on a screen for long periods can be tiring, and that breaks may be called for, including for lunch if we go on that long, depending on the progress we were making. I would suggest that sessions should not last for any longer than 2 hours, and that we would proceed on that basis. And as I've said, Callum can set up breakout groups for each of the three main parties if you then want to chat amongst yourselves when we're having a break. Right, I think that's all that I need to say at this stage, but are there any questions that anybody wants to raise on procedural matters before we get into the main agenda? I'll take that as a no then. That's good, thank you. Right, well, I think it's a question of eyes down, fingers on the buzzer. And the first question certainly is an easy starter for 10. And it really was just a matter of seeking clarification because there appeared to me anyway, and it might be my take that there was some discrepancy in what had been said in the flood risk and drainage appraisal as the distance from the site of the Logie Mill gauging station. Now, SEPA in its responses indicated what it believes the correct position is. And perhaps I would just ask Mr. Walton, because it was your documents which I was having a little difficulty with, do you agree with what SEPA has said?
I do, sir. Good start.
So we're agreed that it's roughly 4 kilometers from the site, or a bit.
Yes, sir. I mean, if it will be of assistance, I have prepared a plan that shows the relative locations I can send you after the hearing, but it's up to you, sir. That
would be helpful. Thank you very much. And
okay,
if you can copy it, well, yeah, Miss Fox and Black will deal with the things. Yes, I've no doubt. Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Right, we get into some of the more difficult issues now, and these deal with the question of whether the let me just go to the general logarithmic distribution or the general equivalent value distribution should be used. Now, first thing just to clarify in my mind, my understanding of the purpose of these exercises, whatever method is being used, is essentially to establish mathematically or statistically a best fit curve for the available data plot, so that it's possible to then extrapolate values for peak flows where the data is not available. Am I correct in that assumption, Mr. Walton?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Wheeler, is my understanding correct?
Yes, that's right. You're trying to assign a rarity to a flood of a particular size.
Thank you very much. Well, I was going to ask, as I say, I will ask SEPA first to go first, and then SLR to give its view, and then we'll have some discussion as necessary on these matters. And I appreciate that you, both SLR and SEPA, have stated their position on a number of previous occasions, and that your views are based on your own particular professional judgments and opinions. All I'm trying to do at this stage is to try to pull together these views and help me understand the reasons for these differences. So I will start with SEPA, if I may. Now, you very helpfully set out in writing your response, and I don't want you to read through that, but Ms. Wheeler, are there any particular points that you want to highlight at this stage?
I think the main point to highlight is the difference between the two distributions, and it's set out, the reason that's set out in the flood estimation handbook of why the generalised logistic distribution is preferred is because it doesn't, the behaviour of that distribution doesn't apply this cap that the generalised extreme value does. So the GEV distribution is more likely to place an upper limit on what the flow estimates are likely to be, and that can cause estimates of much rarer events to be not very much bigger than some floods that we've already seen. Whereas the GL doesn't usually provide this limitation, and so that's why it's considered the default distribution to use for UK catchments. I think on this particular case, we don't see a clear difference in how the GEV fits the data compared to the GL. So the justification was given was that when you look at the site data from the Logie Mill gauging station, that there's a clear benefit in how the GEV fits the data. We don't really see that as being the case. The two distributions are very similar until you get to around about the 1 in 50 year flood, and then after that they deviate. Beyond that, we don't have any floods that are of that size that can confirm one way or the other which is the most likely to be true. And so given that there isn't a physical reason in this catchment, like the presence of a very large loch, that would make the GEV, that would be a very good justification for using the GEV. You know, we can't see a really strong justification for using the GEV instead of the GL, because it gives a lower estimate. Then there's, you know, the consequences of making that underestimation of flows needs to be considered.
Thank you very much. Mr. Walton, then if I can turn to you, and you'll be able to explain your position, and no doubt will, say, respond to some of the points that have been made by SEPA, and we'll have some discussion, or we can go back in due course. Mr. Walton.
Thank you. Can I start by thanking SEPA for preparing their detailed response to the questions and showing them in advance of today's hearing. It's enabled me to prepare a response to the points they've made, and I hope we're aid progress as we go along. In responding really to question 1.2, I'm also really responding to question 1.3, which is what I consider my justification is better. So if you'll bear with me, I'll be, I suppose, responding to SEPA's points and also making my own at the same time, although there is some additional information I'll provide in response to 1.3. So could I please ask that you have the hydrology report in front of you, which is rather confusingly at Appendix HMR3 of the hydraulic modelling report, which is at Appendix 1 of the flood risk and drainage appraisal. But hopefully you've thought out how to navigate my rather obscure documentation.
Yes, thank you. I must confess that when I first saw this, it took me a little time to work my way through all the different appendices, but I succeeded eventually.
Can you imagine how long it took us to write it? Okay, and what I basically do is I'll go through SEPA's response paragraph by paragraph, if that's okay with you. I'd like, if possible, to go through all their paragraphs, and then perhaps SEPA can just respond if they want to at the end of my response to the question. Is that fair?
That's fine. Yeah. I say you'll have to bear with me. I'm going to write these down, so it'll take me a little time to, no doubt.
I've been told to try and speak slowly.
Just think of me as the 3-year-old.
Okay. in terms of the first paragraph, I agree that the flood estimation handbook does make a broad recommendation that the GL distribution is used for UK analysis. However, it does not suggest that it is necessarily appropriate in all cases. I could ask you to look at page 8 of the hydrology report. I make reference to the Environment Agency's flood estimation guidelines, which state, it's a footnote there.
Yeah.
Those guidelines basically state, and this is just reiterating what the flood estimation handbook say, on average, the GL distribution is considered to perform better than the GEV distribution for pooled growth curve derivation. For some pooling groups, other distributions are found to fit better than the GL. And then importantly, you should usually select the distribution that gives the best fit. So in responding to the second paragraph, SEPA correctly points out that the GEV distribution can be bounded above. This is where it's tending to a cap. However, this is not the case in our analysis, and I'll try and explain to you why, sir. I am going to have to make a few references to the flood estimation handbook, and I doubt very much whether you've got a copy of that to hand, sir.
No, I certainly haven't.
However, I can provide copies of the extracts that I'm going to refer to after the hearing, if that be of assistance.
Bear with me a minute. Yeah, going back to that question of whether copies of the flood estimation handbook. To be honest with you, I don't think it's necessary. Okay. Otherwise, we'll probably get into we'll need to have then further discussions between you and SEPA on how you interpreted the flood estimation handbook. And I think I'm happy to take your references at face value. No doubt Miss Wheeler will be familiar with the document and will be able to point me to anything that she thinks doesn't support your case.
No, that's fine. I mean, it's not. Yeah, we'll take it as read then.
Yeah.
So, if just for SEPA's benefit, then it's section 15.4.6, the flood estimation handbook, compares the merit.
Can you give me that reference again? Just...
Yeah, sorry, 15.4.6.
Okay.
Compares the merit G and GL distributions, and specifically refers to GEV being bounded above. And where this occurs, estimated flood flows tend to be only slightly higher than the maximum of observed flow in the data set, which is what Ms. Wheeler has just said. However, it goes on to say that GEV distributions are only bounded above where the L skewedness, which is a statistical parameter of the distribution, is less than a value of 0.17.
What was that? L, sorry?
L skewedness, SKEW-NESS. I'm afraid it's going to be a slight lesson of statistics, but never mind.
Yeah. No, it's all right. Then skewedness was less than
0.17. If I can ask you to turn to Appendix HR5, which is the appendix to the hydrology report.
Yeah.
And you'll see there's a page titled Pooling Group Analysis Target Catchment.
Yeah.
If you look at the header of the columns on the table at the top of the page, it gives you an L skew value for all of the stations that form the pooling group.
Yeah, got that.
And if you look at all those values, sir, you'll see that all of them apart from one is a value above 0.17. And you'll also see that the weighted mean of the L skew values is 0.241.
Yeah.
So what this means there is that effectively that the GEV distribution in this instance is not bounded above. It doesn't tend to a maximum. And you can now look at figure 3.2 on page 9 of the hydrology report.
Figure 3.2, yes, got it.
Okay, this is basically showing the distribution curve, the best fit curves to the data. And there are three curves. I know it's not particularly clear, sir, but the curve at the top is the GL distribution. The second curve down is the GEV distribution, and the third one is a distribution we haven't used. If the GEV distribution was bounded above, you would expect to see the GEV distribution, instead of a general upward trajectory, you would tend to see it tending to flatten off, as you might do an exponential decay curve.
I understand, yeah.
So you can see that that curve's continuing to rise, which again, it just confirms what I've said from a statistical point of view, looking at the L-skewedness, that the distribution in this case is not bounded above. If you could now turn to table 3.2 of the hydrology report, which is on page 11. You bear in mind, sorry.
Yeah, table 3.2, yeah.
Okay, if you bear in mind that the maximum observed flow on the 30th of December 2015 was about 707 cubic meters per second, which is the maximum value that we've used to define the data distribution. And if you now look at the values that we've estimated using this distribution, you'll see that for the, excuse me, sir, the 0.1, the 1 in 1,000 year event, the value we have there is 1,220 cubic meters per second. So that's effectively almost twice. Our estimate of the 1 in 1,000 year flood flow is approximately twice the maximum value in the observed record. Now, from what Deepa said just now, and guidance says that if the distribution was bounded above, the distribution tends to a maximum slightly above the maximum observed value. But we're not in that situation. So from a statistical point of view and from the evidence point of view, the distribution, the GEV distribution in these circumstances is not bounded above. So I would say that Deepa's concerns about that aspect of our use of the GEV distribution is unwarranted or unfounded.
Yeah, thank you.
Good. I'll mark you on your essay later, sir.
Right, that's the point you're making at the moment, is that right?
Yes. Can we go to the third paragraph now?
Yes, yeah, gosh, yes. We're only two terminals.
Yes, I'm afraid it's quite a long journey, this.
Yeah, no problem.
At this paragraph, people actually concede that the GEV has a slightly better goodness of fit to the data than the GL distribution. The goodness of fit there is just basically a statistical test of how closely the data fits to a particular distribution curve. And so, going back to what I said previously about the guidance, you should generally, or you should use the distribution that best fits the curve. So having removed the concern that the GEV may be bounded above, you then have to look at which data set best fits the data. And I would contend that the GEV, I admit it is marginal, but I would contend that the GEV is a better set of data. And as my professor used to say at college, that you should let the data speak for themselves. And it's also of note there that until the advent of the flood estimation handbook in 1999, previously we used to use the flood estimation handbook written in the 1970s, and that actually used the GE distribution for the regional growth curves. Excuse me. So it has a long tradition and a long history of being considered acceptable for frequency distribution in the UK. Now, some refer to certain features in their response to question 1.4 that we'll get to. They talk about very large attenuation effects, which dampen the catchment runoff due to potentially large lockup streams. So what they're trying to say is where the GEV distribution can be appropriate hydrologically is when you've got a large reservoir or lockup stream of your site, which tends to attenuate and dampen flow. So it's really that the GEV is a good way of mimicking the attenuating effect of large locks upstream of the site. So that's when a GEV distribution might be appropriate if it were bounded. Now, as I say, we're not bounded in this or bounded above in this situation, and there aren't any locks. But as I said before, the GE distribution is appropriate because it's not constrained. So I would just conclude by saying that this is an entirely appropriate distribution to use in these circumstances. And I will go on to discuss in response to your question 1.3 about the other analysis we did that to support our estimate. On to the fourth paragraph there, when you're ready.
Just give me a minute, please. Okay, yeah.
SEPA has, in effect, put forward some new evidence in terms of they've made reference to a couple of additional flood events. Now, I'm happy to deal with that if you will allow it. So,
yeah.
Okay. So can I ask you to turn to page 10 of the hydraulic modelling report, please?
That's the hydraulic modelling
Yes.
report. Yeah, that's
page 10. Before we start. We have calibrated our model against
Hang on,
December
can you just bear
20.
with, if you just bear with me a minute, please.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm just getting to the document. Yeah, got it.
Okay. We calibrated our hydraulic model against the December 2012 and the 30th December 2015 flood event. And in my opinion, this does not appear to be disputed by SEPA. The model calibrated very well against both observed flood events. However, SEPA state in their response at paragraph 4 that event 6 times gauge record, which is better than the 23rd of December event, but then they only specify 5 dates. But I'm assuming that the 6th event is the flood event itself, the 23rd December 2012. So what SEPA are basically saying is, statistically, based on our analysis, we would expect to have only seen 3 flood events exceeding the magnitude of the 2012 event, and in fact they're saying there are 6 events in the record, which tends to undermine our analysis that the GEV distribution is appropriate. However, and this is where it might get a bit nebulous, but the 6 events they list, 3 of them are mentioned in our flood risk and drainage appraisal, the 23rd of December and the 30th of December as calibration events. And then we also note the 14th of November event as a notable event as well. So those are the 3 events that I've referred to, and then SEPA have added an extra 3. To basically get a bit of context around the additional 3 events that SEPA have raised, I've actually looked at the gauge record that SEPA has previously provided us. Now this is basically a 15-minute, every 15 minutes over the last 38 years, the flow recorded at the gauging station. So as you can imagine, so it's a very large spreadsheet, and I wasn't really planning to share it with you, but it's available if you like.
No, thank you.
You can basically see where our track and trace system went wrong when you run out of spreadsheets. So, what we basically have is that the record confirms that on the 2nd of December 2002, 22nd of November 2002, 12th of October 2012, the flow did indeed exceed the flow recorded on the 23rd of December 2012. However, it's important to note that the annual maxima series that's used for flood frequency estimation is based on the largest flood that occurred in each water year, which runs nominally from 1st of October to 30th of September. So you can have multiple significant flood events in a given year, but it's only the largest event within that year that is used for flood estimation purposes or flood frequency estimation, hence the reference to the annual maxima series. What SEPA have done is effectively to quote 6 flood events. So when we're seeking to compare the number of floods that have occurred over a period of SEPA have done for statistical purposes, to ensure that you're comparing like with like, you have to look at the number of water years where the maximum flood in that year was large in a specific flood event, not the number of floods over the period under consideration. So, and this is the important bit, sir.
Yeah.
Two of the floods quoted by SEPA were in water year 2002, and 2 were in 2012. So it follows that the actual number of annual maxima that occurred over the period that SEPA were talking about is 4 rather than 6, because 2 of those events occurred in the same water year. So when considering from a statistical point of view, they were in the same water year, so they effectively count as 1 maximum. So effectively, my reanalysis of what SEPA are saying is, in fact, there were 4 water years in the period of the record where SEPA say they would expect 3 events to have occurred. So rather than SEPA saying our analysis is flawed because a flood of the magnitude of December 2012 occurred 6 times where you'd expect it to have occurred 3, I say it occurred 4 times where you'd expect it to occur 3 times. And I would say that given the variability of the climate, the fact that we had 4 rather than 3 events does not undermine our estimation of the use of the GEV distribution.
Yeah.
So have you got that point, sir, do you think?
Oh, I certainly have. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good. Okay. If we could move on to the 5th paragraph. So SEPA has basically provided no analysis to support their statement, but I'm content to accept their figure. I'd just like to add that the Flood Estimation Handbook report at section 17.3.2 that considers the goodness of fit measure of 600.
Sorry, sir, I missed that reference. Apologies.
Sorry. Flood estimation handbook at 17.3.2.
Thank you.
Just considering the goodness of fit measure to nearly 700 UK sites, the GEV was considered acceptable for 66% of sites and was the best distribution in 19% of these cases. So whilst the GL distribution provides the best overall fit to the UK data, where it was the best distribution in 63% of cases and acceptance 74% of cases, there are instances where the GEV performs better, and I would contend that this is one of them. So the statement in the flood estimation handbook that the GL distribution is found to give the best fit to UK flood data is therefore simply commentary on the results of the analysis and should not be taken to mean that in all cases it provides the best fit, because this is simply not the case. In summary, I'd say that SEPA has highlighted the general caution outlined in the guidance should be applied to the use of the GEV distribution. However, when considering the specifics of the site, these concerns should not apply. There's nothing in the guidance that says the GEV distribution should not be applied, and indeed guidance says it should be applied when it's the best for the data, as it is in this case. And I would just reiterate the Environment Agency's own guidance: you should select the distribution that gives the best fit. And you'll be happy to know, so I will conclude at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. That was very helpful. Well, Ms. Wheeler, there's a lot to absorb. Are you in a position to be able to respond to some of these points?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Okay, I've made notes in the order that we discussed them, so I'll proceed in that order. So yes, we'd agree that the GL distribution is not appropriate in all cases. There are, of course, cases where it is appropriate, and Mr. Walton outlined the scenarios where there's a large loch upstream. We'd entirely agree with that. That isn't the case, of course, in this catchment. There is no physical feature why we think it would be better. I take the point on the GEV doesn't think is unbounded in this case. We saw in that graph that we were referred to that the GEV is flatter than the GL, but it doesn't totally flatten off. So we can see that it might not be bounded. The point that the 1 in 1,000 year flow is nearly twice that of the largest flood that has happened. I mean, for a lot of the advice that's been given on the back of the flood risk assessment, it's the 1 in 200 year flow that's been referred to, although it is, of course, our position that the 1 in 1,000 year should be used given the vulnerability of the development that's proposed. But much of the advice is given based on the 1 in 200 year flow. Now, the 1 in 200 year flow is 24% larger than the 2015 flood that happened. One of the things that they did in the flood risk assessment was look at how much bigger the 2015 flood was on the neighbouring D catchment compared to its next largest flood, and there was, I think Mr. Walton might come on to it in future questions, but there was discussion about whether the 2015 flood should be considered closer to a 200-year flood rather than the 50-year flood that we think it is in this catchment. But in the case on those D sites, in 2015, the flow was off on many of the stations was more than twice the flow of the next nearest flood event. So in this catchment, the 2015 flow was only 24% more than the next biggest flood, and then the 1 in 200 year flow that's been estimated is 19% more than that again. So compared to the River D stations, where we're looking at a 1 in 200 year flood which has occurred, which is 60 to 100% bigger than the next biggest flood, you know, the margins are quite small, relatively.
So can I just hold you there just so that I can just catch up on some of these bits? can I again just I'm going to ask you to go back a little bit just over some of those points, because I'm not entirely sure that I've got it all correctly. What you're saying is that the 1 in 200 year flood for flow for the North Esk is 24% greater than the 2015 flood that occurred. Is that right?
I think it's 19% more.
19% more than the.
Yeah.
Right, not like that. Whereas, if you compare that to the River Dee,
which Mr. Walton did in the flood risk assessment.
Yeah, then the 1 in 200 year flood, are you saying was 60 to 100%?
Yeah, so there were some stations on the River Dee where we believed that the 2015 flood was in the order of a 200-year flood, but at those sites the flow was 60 to 100% more than it had been at the next biggest flood. So it doesn't follow that at this particular site the 2015 flood was of a 200-year scale, and it also doesn't follow that the estimating a flood which is 19% larger than the next biggest flood that has happened is you know, a large margin above what's happened compared to the margin of difference we've seen in other catchments.
So you think that on the River Dee, there were stations where the 2015 flood was in fact equivalent to the 1 in 200 year flood?
Yes, I do. Yeah, but not entirely, not across the whole of the Dee catchment, but on parts of the Dee catchment. This is part of a point of how flooding is not uniform across catchments. So what happens in a neighbouring catchment doesn't suggest that what's happened on this catchment would be the same. There was also a point there that Mr. Walton's referring to the 1 in 1,000-year flow as being much larger than the next biggest flood that's happened, but then a lot of the advice that's given in the flood risk assessment is based on the 1 in 200-year scenario and not the 1 in 1,000-year scenario. So in terms of depths and velocities for evacuation, we do indeed think that the 1 in 1,000-year would be the more appropriate to use.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the Mr. Walton referred to the data having to speak for itself. We would say that the evidence should speak for itself. So all of the evidence and not just one view of the data. The flood estimation handbook is very clear that it's not a prescriptive approach, and it's not a cookbook. I think it actually uses those words. It isn't it does need user interpretation and experience in using it. There's always uncertainty with estimating flood flows of events that only happen very rarely, and so you do need to take a careful approach and look at what's actually happened. Mr. Walton referred to the previous the predecessor to the flood estimation handbook. That is in fact called the flood studies report, not the flood estimation handbook. So the flood studies report was in place from 1975 until 1999, and it did use the GEV as the default distribution, but there was a clear and intentional departure when they published the flood estimation handbook in 1999, that they were recommending the GL as the default distribution. And to take a later point now, because Mr. Walton went back to an earlier point about the GEV being better than the GL. He said there's nothing to say that the GEV should not be applied, but the GL is the default distribution to use. So the onus is very much on the demonstration that the GEV should be used, as opposed to there not being any reason for it not to be used. this is the problem with any flow estimation. There is an, there's an amount of uncertainty, and we have to apply a judgment. I think on the point about the 6 floods, those flood peaks were all independent floods. So a flood of that, it is a fact that a flood of that size has happened 6 times in the past 36 years. So Mr. Walton is right that floods of that size have only happened in 4 water years, but they have happened 6 times. So we have to think about the context in which this information is being used. It's being used in order to make a decision on how much risk we think there is at the site. And so it doesn't make sense to give the impression at the site that this flood would only happen 4 times in 36 years, when in fact it has happened 6 times in 36 years. It's not, it underplays the frequency with which a flood of that size would happen. And I think it's very important for this site, especially if people are going to continue to live there, that they have a really realistic understanding of how often flooding can be expected to happen. And I think focusing on the statistical methods is it distracts us from what is actually happening on the ground.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Is that all you wanted to say at this stage?
I think that's all I have at this stage, yes.
Thank you, that was very helpful indeed. Mr. Walton, do you want to come back on that?
Unsurprisingly, I would. I'm first pleased to acknowledge that SEPA acknowledged that the GV distribution at this location is not bounded above. I think they slightly misinterpreted what I said about the presence of reservoirs. The only reason there are no reservoirs there, and I accept that, and the fact that there aren't any, and because the distribution is not bounded above, means that it is an appropriate distribution. So I hope that point is clear. Seeing reference to the fact that I've used the 0.1% AEP event to look at the statistical analysis at this point rather than 0.5. The point I was making when I made reference to the 0.1% was, and I accept that we've used the 0.5% for most of the analysis we've done, but we've also looked at 1.1%, was simply to point out that if the distribution was bounded above, the 0.1% is a much bigger flow than the 0.5%. So you'd expect that to be, what I'm saying is there is a significant multiple between the figures observed flow and the 0.1%. The biggest one we've estimated that clearly demonstrates it isn't bounded. I think the point that SEPA made about, first of all, in terms of the reference to the river D catchment, we're not suggesting that I've never suggested that the flow in the River North Esk in December 2015 was a 1 in 200 year event. We estimated it was a 1 in 67 year event, and SEPA estimated it was a 1 in 50 year event. But I am slightly surprised that SEPA are now telling us that we shouldn't be slavishly sticking to what the flood estimate, what the statistical analysis said, because we've consistently, and I'll point you because I'm going to go on to this point in my response at 1.3, we've consistently pointed to other evidence as to why we think that our distribution should be preferred over SEPA, by exactly looking at other flood events to sort of effectively calibrate and set the flood in context. I have not suggested that there wouldn't be a number of different flood events. The point that SEPA was making in the number of flood events that they quoted was used in a way to effectively try and undermine or discredit the GEV distribution that we've mentioned. So I fully accept that those floods occurred, and I'm not trying to get away from that. What I'm simply saying is that if SEPA are using that flood sequence to comment on the GEV distribution that we've used, from a statistical point of view, they were not applying the data consistently. I'm not suggesting that the floods aren't there, didn't occur, and I'm not suggesting they weren't significant floods. I'm just making the point that SEPA were trying to use that flood sequence to effectively question the validity of the GEV distribution, and they've incorrectly, in my view, interpreted that flood event for that purpose. I hope that's clear. And I will go on to talk about, I think, the other methods we've looked at in question 1.3. So hopefully you have got my points in response to the points that SEPA made.
Okay, well, I'm sure that there's some things that Ms. Wheeler might want to come back on. I wonder whether at this stage there, because you've referred to question 1.3, if you make your points or the statement points that you want to make about in relation to that question, and then Ms. Wheeler, I'll give you the chance to come back on that and anything that Mr. Walton has just raised. Is that okay with you? Thank you. Right. So we're going on to question 1.3, which was in relation to whether the GL distribution generally gives predictions of greater annual maximum flows for higher return periods, and if so, what the reason for this is. So yeah, Mr. Walton, if you'd like to.
You'll be glad I'm going to be relatively brief about this, sir, because I've commented on this before in other correspondence that you will have seen. So I just want to refer to that. So
yeah, if you want to draw my attention, because there's a lot of correspondence between you and SEPA, so you can, yeah, that's great.
Okay, so as I've just said, rather than relying on statistical analysis, I've sought to assess the soundness of our assessment by reviewing the impact of Storm Frank, which gave rise to the largest flood on record on 30th December 2015. If I could ask you to, we've sort of been there already, so I don't think I need to take you there again, sir, but as we set out in the previously, SEPA have estimated the 2015 flood event to be a 1 in 50 year event, and we suggest it was about 1 in 67, or 2% and 1.5%. The difference between our estimated return periods of the two events is largely attributable to the choice of the GEV distribution over the GL distribution. As I say, if you look at section 8 of our hydrology report, we set out quite a detailed assessment of Storm Frank. And
sorry, but I'm just going to, again, what page 8 of the hydrology report?
It's page 22, section 8.
Ah. Yep, got you.
I don't particularly want to go through all of that in any great detail, so particularly as if you look at it was my letter of the 9th of December 2019, which was a response to the first request for information, and particularly in matter 8, in response to matter 8.
So again, I didn't catch the date of your letter.
It was the 3rd of December 2019, which was my letter to Alan Seath, which I think was then submitted to you, sir, in response to the first notice.
Yeah.
Okay. If I can draw you to matter 8, sir, which is on page 8 of that letter.
Bear with me a minute, I shall find it. Matter 8, did you say?
Matter 8, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And towards the bottom of that page, I set out a number of bullet points.
Yeah.
I know people will dispute this, but I'm going to say it anyway.
You're entitled to?
Yes, of course. If you look at the hydraulic modelling report drawings, we have reproduced SEPA's flood map, and I checked it last night and it's still valid. SEPA's flood map that's published on their website is reproduced as our drawing HMR02.
Yeah.
And for the medium flood event, which is equivalent to the 1 in 200 0.5%, our flood envelope is actually considerably less than the one that they derive. Now, I know they will say that it has not been subject to detailed flood modelling to the same extent that ours have, but nevertheless, at some point, someone has estimated a flood flow and routed it through a degree of a model, and it's their analysis. And when all said and done, that's used by the planning authorities for guiding development in the first instance. Their flood envelope is larger than ours, but I won't rely entirely on that because I'm sure SEPA are going to respond to that point. We've then looked at all the evidence of Storm Frank in terms, including the impact on the adjacent G catchment, and as SEPA point out, and as we've acknowledged, that flood event was about a 1 in 200 year event. Now, Storm Frank was not a local isolated summer storm that just fell on one part of the catchment. It tracked across a large part of northeast England across to Scotland, and it was one of the most notable floods in the UK for quite some time. It was a large frontal system. So, as I said previously, we're not suggesting that the estimate of the flood return period in our catchment in the River North-Est was 200, but it certainly was a notable event. And I think one of the other issues as well, and we've looked at the antecedent conditions that drive the flood, i.e. how wet had the catchment been before it started. And it's important to note that whilst the rainfall on a particular day might not have been exceptional, it's the rainfall that falls before the event. And if I might just add a very brief anecdote to explain the point, that I used to live in Kent and was in Tunbridge at the time of the 2000 floods and was evacuated from my office. But that was the wettest winter. 2000 in the southeast was the wettest winter for something like 250 years. That preceded the flooding in 2000, of that particular flood event in October 2000. And the actual rainfall event that caused that flood, that caused the devastation to Tunbridge town centre and also parts of Maidstone, was actually only about a 1 in 10 to 1 in 20 year event. Excuse me. So we had an extremely wet catchment, and the resulting flood event was around a 1 in 100 year event. So it just demonstrates that it's actually the antecedent conditions that drive flood events as much as the actual rainfall event at the time. So that's why we say, looking at the rainfall analysis, the catchment was particularly wet. We also looked at the extent upstream on the River North-Est at Marykirk, and it's notable that the actual recorded flood extent was well in excess of the 1 in 1,000 year SEPA flood outlines. Again, SEPA will say their mapping is only indicative, but it does give an indication of the extent of the flood event. So it's our conclusion, if you like, having looked at the, we're not seeking on the basis of that to modify our estimate of what the peak flood flows are. but it's basically our contention that looking at the evidence surrounds during that Storm Frank event, that if anything, the return period of the flood event was larger than the one that we've estimated, and therefore certainly larger than the one that SEPA has estimated, which I say, sir, tends to add credence to our estimate using the GEV distribution rather than the GL.
Can you make that? Sorry, can you make that point just again for me? I didn't.
Yes.
You said the return period for.
What I'm basically saying, sir, is because looking at Storm Frank, we could infer from that it was a significant flood event, and possibly the return period of that event, looking regionally and other things that happened, was greater. It was a more severe event than we estimated at a 1 in 67 year event, and certainly more than what SEPA said of a 1 in 50 year event. So I would say the evidence tends to suggest that our estimate, which was that event was a larger return period event, is supported by the evidence of Storm Frank. SEPA would suggest that it's a lower return period event. I mean, this is I wouldn't say it's exactly dancing on the head of a pin, sir, but what we're trying to do is to justify each other's distributions. And I think there's justification based on the evidence to suggest that we are not taking an overly precautionary approach, and the evidence suggests that our flood estimate is robust and can be relied upon, and that's supported by the evidence of Storm Frank. So we haven't, as SEPA suggested in their response to the last question, dogmatically followed what's set out in the flood estimation handbook. And just responding on that point, it would be a mistake, in my view, to say that the flood estimation handbook says that the GL distribution should be used by default. What it basically says is it's the distribution that best fits on average. And I agree that basically if you're going to deviate away from a GL distribution, you have to have good reason. And I would say the reason is that goodness of fit is better for our distribution, and also looking at the evidence of the response of our catchment to Storm Frank also supports that.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Right, Ms. Wheeler, there's stuff for you to respond to there, and obviously it takes us, as I say, it takes us into question 1.3, where you have already given a response, but I'm no doubt that you'll want to add to that in relation to, in response to what Mr. Walton has said.
Yeah, so just in response to one of the points that Mr. Walton made under the previous question before he started on question 3, I think, you know, we're not trying to underestimate the use of the GEV specifically. I think what we're trying to do is highlight the uncertainty with any flow estimation, and you know, nobody knows what the real answer is, but given the use that the data is then put to, there's a need for caution, and that's made really clear in the flood estimation handbook that users should be aware of the uncertainty, try to understand the uncertainty, and then carry that forward into how it's used. And by taking a very optimistic view at, you know, at every opportunity to make a decision, to take the optimistic decision, you know, those small things build up, and given the consequences of us underestimating the risk at the site, that's certainly something to think about. And one other point is that SEPA guidance should be referred to in Scotland, not the Environment Agency guidance, where equivalent guidance exists. I appreciate that the Environment Agency have a bigger range of duties, and so they sometimes provide guidance on things that SEPA don't, which is useful to use, of course. But on the matter of selecting distributions, that's not relevant. So on the points made against question 1.3, Mr. Walton referred to matter 8 in his letter. The letter refers to Q bar, which is also an outdated term from the previous flood studies report. It's not the current term that's used from the flood estimation handbook is QMed. I think it's been well covered, the point on the purpose of the SEPA flood map and how the extents of the SEPA flood map differ from, we would expect the extents from the SEPA flood map to differ from any detailed study. You know, the SEPA flood map is it's a national product. We've mapped every single catchment in Scotland that has a catchment area of more than 3 square kilometres. So it's a national automated methodology that doesn't take account of local effects like structures. It doesn't make individual flow estimates for each location. It's a national model method that's applied that automatically makes those estimations. And I think he had the point the wrong way around. His flood map is showing more flooding than the SEPA flood map is the point that he wanted to make. It's not that the SEPA flood map is showing more flooding. It was the other way around.
Mr. Walton's nodding his head, and I think yeah, I was a little bit surprised from what he said, but my recollection, and I haven't looked at it, is that the point that the applicants were making was that they've actually predicted greater flooding than the SEPA flood map. Is that right, Mr. Walton?
I would thank people for pointing that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so on to the flood event on the River Dee, which is we consider to have been equivalent to around a 1 in 200 year event. On the main stem of the River Dee, that is the case, but as I said earlier, it's not uniformly a 1 in 200 year event across. In fact, if you look at the water of Fuch, which borders this particular catchment, the flood peak in December 2015 didn't break its previous record of 2009. So on the neighbouring catchment to this, you know, it was, as Mr. Walton said, it was a notable flood event, but it wasn't even the highest on record on that particular part of the River Dee. It did then, the record did then fall a week later on the 7th of January, but it didn't fall during the 30th of December. So there was a great deal of variation on the River Gairn at Ballater. Again, it was a notable event, but it was a flood of the same size as has happened on 2 other occasions. So what makes it unusual on parts of the Dee is that many of these catchments, the floods, the rivers peaked at the same time, exactly the same time. So then large peaks coincided, and there's a great deal of variation across even the River Dee catchment before you even start looking at neighbouring catchments. The other thing that was notable in the antecedent conditions was snow melt in the 2015 event, and that will have had an influence on the flooding both in the River Dee and possibly in the North Esk as well, but the degree to which that would have been a factor would have varied. So there's quite a number of variations between any flood on any catchment on different parts of a catchment. It all really adds up to the great uncertainty that there is. Flooding's it's a complex thing, and we're trying to use statistics and mathematical representation to predict what will happen in future, but it just highlights again that it is an uncertain, there's always uncertainty in these estimates, and that's something that we should really consider how we're going to use the information to inform the decisions that we're making, and then how much difference that uncertainty makes when we think about it. I just want to highlight, if I'm okay to move on, that the GL-GEV distribution issue is not the only issue with the flow estimation in this case that makes a difference in the flow. The other main point is that the catchment is being treated as if it's an ungauged catchment rather than a gauged catchment, and that also makes a significant difference in the flood estimate. So I think I covered that in my response to one of the further on questions. I think question 1.7, my response covers that, but we can discuss it now if you think this is a better point to do that.
Let me just see what you've said.
Sorry, 1.5.
I think My numbering and your numbering have gone slightly.
Yes, it's one. I think it's 1.5 on your question, sir.
Yeah, I think so. Let me just. Yeah. No, let's just leave it until we get to that point, if we may, Ms. Wheeler.
Okay, my last point then is very short. It's in section 11.3.2 of volume 3 of the flood estimation handbook, is where it specifically refers to the GL as being the default distribution. That's on page 67 of volume 3.
Thank you. Is that all you wanted to say at this point?
Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to really prolong this discussion. I think I've got it clear where you I mean, your differences lie, and as I said right at the start, I accept that these are genuine differences of professional judgment and opinion, and that you, Mr. Walton, you've stressed what you believe, the evidence that you think supports your case. SEPA's put forward the view, its view. So I think, unless that we will move on to the other questions in this section, which to a certain extent, no doubt, we'll come back to some of these issues. And I'm just trying to get my papers in order.
You're not out of the woods on flood flow estimation yet, I'm afraid.
Hmm?
You're not
Sorry?
out of the woods on flood flow estimation yet, I'm afraid.
Maybe we should be saying we're not out of the water, really, the woods. I'm just. So I think in terms of question 1.4, which is whether the GL distribution gives a predictions of greater annual maximum flows for high return periods, we've covered that, and the point that you've made, Mr. Walton, is that in this particular instance you don't believe that the GEV is bounded above, and therefore it's not creating that restriction or that lower or the peak floods which is sometimes found if you've got a water storage available in the headwaters of a river. Am I right on that?
Yeah, if you could just clarify that point. I mean, I would say that where the GEV distribution is bounded above, which I think we've agreed now it isn't in this case. So any talk of reservoirs and locks and things is a bit of a misnomer. What we're talking here, it doesn't need to have a lock or a reservoir upstream of it if it's unbounded above to be a valid distribution. So I think you've got that point, sir.
Yeah.
And whether or not the GL, and in those circumstances when the distribution is not bounded above, there's no statistical reason why the GL or the GEV should give a higher figure. It's all to do with that, how it fits the data set. And I think I'll leave it at that. But
Yeah.
I do expect in this case that the GL distribution does give a higher estimate, but I would contend that it doesn't fit the data as well.
Right. Well, if given that, can we move on to the question that was the table that I set out in question? I think it's my question
1.5.
1.5. I set out what I thought was the comparison between the two predictions based on particular predictions that were included in the hydrology report and SEPA's letter. Now I know that there have been various predictions made using different different techniques, and I don't want to get involved at all in the question of pooling group analysis or enhanced single site analysis if I can help it. Those are the figures that I set out, and the percentage increase. SEPA, you've said that you agree with those figures. Mr. Walton, do you agree that on a straightforward basis that those comparisons are, that I've set out, are accurate?
They are, so I agree with those.
Now, I'm just go back to you, Ms. Wheeler. As I say, I think one of my slight problems is that somehow the numberings have gone slightly differently. So what you're saying as 1.4 is, in fact, I think my 1.5 in your response. Am I right?
That's correct. We misnumbered our written response to your question, sir.
That's thank you for helping me out. So you've then gone on in a little detail about the figures that are set out in that table. So what I'm going to do, is to just again ask you if there are any particular points you want to highlight, and then give Mr. Walton a chance to respond to the matters that you've already raised in your response, because I'm sure he will have some matters that he wants to have a word on. So in response to what you have said is 1.4, what I've said is 1.5, are there any particular points you want to raise?
I think the key point here is that the GL and the GEV is not the only source of difference in the flows. So that's one of the sources, and that accounts, as we covered in the last question, that accounts for 7% of the difference at the 200-year and 20% of the difference at the 1,000-year. But the other main source of difference is in whether the catchment is treated as though it is a gauged catchment, which means that it has data collected for that actual catchment, or whether it is treated as an ungauged catchment, in which case you only have data available for similar catchments but not for the catchment itself. And in making the decision to treat this as an ungauged catchment rather than a gauged catchment, you reduce the flow estimates by a further percentage. And again, the percentage varies depending on the size of the flood, but it's not an insignificant percentage. And in fact, it results at this site in the flows that are being estimated for the site being lower than the flows that you would estimate for the gauging station site, which is 4 kilometres upstream. So it's suggesting that the flows would drop between the gauging station site and this site, even though the catchment gets larger as it proceeds down the catchment. So that is the key issue that I've raised here, really.
Thank you. Mr. Walton, as I say, I'm sure there are matters you want to raise in relation to SEPA's response to this particular question.
Okay, yes. In response to that second paragraph, I accept they've raised other issues than just the justification and just the distribution, and I'll respond to these now, if I may. So, turning to the third paragraph, you could turn to section 3.3 of the hydrology report on page 5.
3.3, yeah.
What people are criticising, I think, is our selection of target site pooling group to estimate the higher return period flood flows, and are suggesting that we should have used enhanced single site analysis. I think that's basically what they're saying. They haven't said it explicitly, but that's the method. So if I could ask you to turn to, again, my letter of the 3rd of December 2012, which was our response to the first procedure notice.
Get that in a minute. December, yeah. Yep, I've got that.
We do seem to have generated a bit of a mountain of paperwork, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I've got that too.
Yeah. At Appendix D to that, there's a letter towards the end of that letter, at the back of the appendices, which was incorrectly dated 23rd of May 2018 when it should have been 2019.
Mm-hmm.
A bit of a meltdown on my years at one point. It's been going on for so long, this. But anyway, at section, in my response to SEPA's letter at section 2.11 of that letter.
Let me just get this. Sorry, the letter.
We're now talking about my letter of 23rd of May 20 is dated 2018, but it was actually probably 2019. So that's towards the back of the bundle, the back of the appendix.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get there. I have seen it, and I also remember that.
It's on.
You say it's the 23rd of May, wasn't it?
Yeah, 23rd of May 2019, although it was actually dated 2018 on the front and 2019 in the head, just to confuse matters.
Sorry, I know I've seen it, but I'm struggling to find it. Struggling to find it at the moment, but
You don't have the PDF number, page number, do you?
No, sorry.
If you go to the back of the back of the report and work backwards, you'll find it quicker.
Sorry, Miss Fox and Black. What was your advice there?
If you go to the back of the big report and work, there's a couple of graphs at the back, and then there's the SLR letter.
Thank you.
Found it. I found it. Thank you very much indeed.
Good. Okay. I hope it was worth the wait. So I'm looking at paragraph 211. My response to their point 211, which is on page 5 of that letter, and in particular the table that's set out in the middle of that page.
Yeah.
And you'll see that what we've effectively done is we've taken SEPA's comments on board, and we've redone the analysis based on a single site analysis. And you'll see that for the 1 in 200 year flood flow, or the 0.5% AP flood flow, that actually increases the flood flow from 937 cubic meters per second to 970 cubic meters per second. So I fully accept what SEPA have said, and we followed their advice, and we ran that through our analysis. And I go on to say that at this point, so we were quite deep into the process, and rather than rerun a model and reissue all the plan, it's my view that that relatively modest increase in flood flow was not going to have a significant effect on the flood depths reported across the site. And we will be talking later about flood depths across the site, and we've actually as you'll know, because we're going to talk about it, we have indeed modelled SEPA's analysis of flood flow. So we did take on board SEPA's comments and criticisms and rerun the analysis, and it does show an increase of approximately 3.5% in the flood flow based on the derivation of using the GEV distribution. So we're not immune to criticism.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
If we can go to then the fourth paragraph of their letter, and we're now talking about QMED, sir. And I accept the reference that SEPA made earlier, the mistake in the letter that I did use QBAR rather than QMED, but I'm afraid that is a reflection of my age. So in our hydrology report, which effectively set out at section on page 5 of the hydrology report,
Yeah, page 5, yeah.
okay, we review all available methods for estimating QMED, and we conclude that the median value of the annual maximum series is the most appropriate. And I think that's what SEPA would agree with that. And I'm slightly unclear why SEPA in their response refer to a subsequent update, because I think all the way through this application we've consistently used the median value of QMED. And that simply put, there, as you line up all of the flood history in order from lowest to highest, and you take the one in the middle. And that's how you estimate QMED of the annual maximum series. We do then clearly set out that QMED we estimated, that this is a key aspect of the hydrological analysis, because this is the, if you like, the index flood through which you then apply the distributions that we've been talking about. So it's quite key to get this base flood, the index flood, correct, because then that is then a growth curve applied to it. So because the QMED was actually estimated at the gauging station based on the gauge record, there is a method in the flood estimation handbook called the donor adjustment method, which seeks to basically move QMED downstream in the catchment. However, when we applied this, and I think it's just a quirk of the statistical analysis, the QMED we got at the site was actually lower than we got at the gauging station. So that gave a rather perverse result. So we decided to ignore that. However, in hindsight, I would agree that perhaps what we could have done is simply factor QMED by the increase in the catchment size. But as we've already discussed before, that was a few percentage different. But you'll note there's a little footnote in our analysis in the report, where we say that in the process of our analysis, and again, this went on for quite some time, and it's at section 3.7 on page 11 of the hydrology.
Yeah.
During the period that we were doing our flood studies report and the hydraulic modelling and the analysis, we were provided with a more up-to-date data set that had more water years in it, so it basically had more data. So when we reviewed that data, the value of QMED, because there were more data points in the set, actually reduced from 320 to 315 cubic meters per second, which is a reduction of 1.6%, but it partially offsetted the underestimate of QMED from basically not applying an adjustment for the increased catchment area. So again, I would say that yes, there are some areas that perhaps our flow we could have put through the model. In hindsight, maybe we should have increased it slightly, but I would say not to the extent that SEPA is suggesting by the GL distribution. But notwithstanding that, we do, if you like, have an upper bound in terms of flood risk based on what SEPA said in the GL distribution that we will be discussing in a minute. So just on there, I think it says 6th or 7th paragraph, I think it is, or the next two paragraphs.
Just bear with me a minute, please, Mr. Walton.
sorry.
I'll get some of this down. No, it's okay. Larger. Yeah, sorry.
So I think where from if you look at the analysis that I've done up to date using the GEBIS distribution, I accept that I might be sort of 3 or 4% out on if I take on board what SEPA have said in terms of the use of the single site or the enhanced pooling group and also an adjustment for QMed, then we're probably 3 or 4% out from probably where we would be if we'd agreed with SEPA on a GEV distribution, but certainly not the 14% based on the GL distribution. So I know that SEPA, I haven't had sight of their analysis that refer to, but they've actually taken the most up-to-date gauge record. And it's interesting to note that it doesn't make a great deal of difference if you made all their estimations. So I'll take that as read, but I haven't seen that analysis. And again, I think the final paragraph to make is important about the nature of uncertainty, and it's for exactly that reason that we then decided to not only look at the implications of the flood risk to the site based on our estimation of the flood flow, but also to look at the implications of SEPA's flood flow estimate. So if you like, we got, if you like, an upper and a lower bound of what the flood risk might be. So I think in doing that, sir, we have well and truly looked at potential uncertainties with estimate.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I'm not sure. Is there anything you want to come back, Miss Wheeler? On anything that Mr. Walton just said? Without repeating, without repeating obviously the differences in view that you have.
I think it mostly would be a repetition of the. I mean, I could clarify some very minor points on what the QMed is now based on the latest data, but I'm not sure that it would further our understanding of the situation at the site.
Thank you. I'm not sure that it would certainly further my understanding of it, certainly. So I think probably, again, we've got your respective positions, and that's helpful. So I think we then can move on to 1.6, which was that SLR, Mr. Walton, you modelled the extent and depth of flooding on the site using SEPA's figures, and what I was just wanting to know is if you can point me and well, make clear to me what the outcome of that modelling is in terms of its implications, and particularly what the maximum depth of flooding on parts of the site would occur as a result of if we used SEPA's estimates. Now, when I say SEPA's estimates, were you using SEPA's estimates that were based on the GL distribution?
Yes, I was.
You were, right. Okay, so I'm sure there's a plan somewhere, but I'm looking to you to.
I hid it, sir.
to find it, and really, I'm just wanting a sort of a clear indication of if you use SEPA's distribution, what is the additional depth, and what is the additional depth? What is the total depth of flooding that would occur that could occur on the site?
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I think you've just spent some time finding my letter of the 3rd of December. So if I could ask you to find that letter again.
Just put it away.
Yeah, and
this is your letter of the 3rd of December now. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the covering letter, and then it's SEPA's letter of the 25th of March. Sorry, my letter of the 25th of March. Which I helpfully once again
dated 2018.
Yes.
I know.
As if this wasn't complicated enough.
Yeah. No, I've got your letter of the 25th of March. Yeah.
Okay. And if I can turn you to take you to the drawings that were enclosed with that letter, which were, I've numbered them SEPA 01, SEPA 02, and SEPA 03.
Yes, I've got those.
Okay, so SEPA drawing 01 basically shows, and this is using SEPA's estimate of the flood flows, using the GL distribution, incorporating all their comments on our choice of pooling group and QMED, etc. So this is the flows that were reported in their letter, the table that you took us to, sir, in your question. And you can see that gives an indication of the flood depths across the site based on their analysis. That's using exactly the same model setup, exactly the same boundary conditions, just putting in SEPA's flood flow. So you can.
Yep.
Okay. So you can see the range of flood depths across the site, and they're reported in the key. So we're looking at a maximum of probably at one point up to 0.3 of a meter. You can see in the key, you've got the yellow, the light green, and then the darker green. So you can see at the, I suppose in the southern corner of the private site, you can see there's the darker green. That
got that.
0.3. Okay. I've also then drawing 02, SEPA 02.
Yeah.
You can see what I've done is just compared the flood extent between our estimate of the 0.5% flood envelope and their estimate of 0.5% flood envelope. And you can see that, as you might expect with a greater flow, there's a slightly larger footprint of flooding across the two sites. Another thing, hopefully the most useful drawing that we produced was SEPA drawing 03.
Yeah.
And that was literally a comparison of what we say is our estimate of the flood depth with what SEPA's estimate of the flood depth is. And you can see there across the site, we've basically got the light yellow, which is in the band of 0 to 0.1 meters, to the 0 to 0.1. So the depth of flooding across the site, the difference between this varies between up to about 0.2 of a meter or 200 millimeters there. And I've so I can summarize. So in the section 6.2 of the hydraulic modelling report, I don't think it's necessary for you to go there necessarily, but I just set out a summary of the findings of our hydraulic modelling in relation to the site.
Well, let me just get it. 6.2, did you say?
Yeah, so it's on page 16 of the hydraulic modelling report.
Hydraulic modelling report.
Yeah.
Yes, got it.
Okay, and it's under section 6.2, so it's post-development flood depths, and I just provide a narrative of what the results of the hydraulic modelling were, but it sets in context what the flood depths were. So in summary, effectively, the private site, which is the southernmost site, adopting SEPA's estimates of flood flow rather than my own increases the flooding by about 180 millimeters on average. You have to accept, though, that the flood surface is actually not horizontal, so it's difficult to make a generalization, but in general, it increases around 180 millimeters from the generally no more than 100 millimeters originally modelled. So it's a maximum depth across the private site goes from effectively, say, no more than 100 millimeters to no more than 300 millimeters as a generality. across the halting side, it's slightly less. It's 160 millimetre increase to what we said was somewhere between 0 and 100 millimetres. So the same sort of range that maybe goes from 250 to 300 millimetres from 100 millimetres before. And then on the access and egress route, and this is where the road goes underneath the viaduct.
Yeah.
It increases by 260 millimetres from the original 0.5 metres. So it goes from about 0.5 metres to 0.75 metres. So
yeah,
whilst I would say that there clearly is an increase in flood depth, and I'm not in any way disputing that, as you might expect, does it have an impact on the way that the flood risk to the site is going to be managed? And I know we'll come to this later, but I would say no, in as much as it doesn't invalidate the proposed flood evacuation plan. And importantly, the floor levels of the static mobile homes that provide the primary residential accommodation would still be above the flood levels estimated by SEPA, albeit that the freeboard is reduced.
Yeah, we'll come to, as you say, we'll come to that and discuss that. Can I just, those figures you've just given me about increases, they're based on the 1 in 200 event, are they?
Yes, I didn't do this for the 1 in 1,000 year event. I was trying to compare a median sort of flood event, if you like. And I accept that those differences might be bigger for the 1 in 1,000 year event. But the point to make, sir, is that if you like, the hydraulic model is a means of transposing a flood flow. You know, we've spent a lot of time talking today about whether we should be using 900 cubic meters per second or 1,000 meters per second. And that's all very interesting, but it doesn't mean much to anybody because we're talking about a flood risk which is measured in depth. So the purpose of the hydraulic model is to simply transpose a flood flow into a flood depth that we can all understand and understand the implication.
Right.
Because of the way the flood spreads, particularly across the floodplain, it doesn't necessarily follow that the increase in flow gives you a proportionate increase in depth. So as the flows increase above SEPA's estimate, if you like, for the GL distribution, it doesn't necessarily mean that there'll be a corresponding increase in flood depth, because as the flow increases, it's spreading out over a larger and larger area of the floodplain, sorry. So in some instances, you can have, in some floodplains, you can get a massive increase in flood flow and it has very little impact in terms of resulting flood depth. Now, I admit, I haven't done the analysis on the 1 in 1,000 year flood event. And you'll note from the correspondence that I did try a similar exercise to engage with SEPA back in October 2018. And unfortunately, you'll have seen from the correspondence that they have refused to engage with me on this point. So, you know, clients have not got unlimited means, and I felt therefore that I should just try and limit the amount of work that I was doing on their behalf to look at this one particular event, as it gives a good indication, I think, of where we are in terms of differences. And I think it is appropriate to be using the 1 in 200 year flood event just for comparative purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. And just because you were talking about your age, but my age is considerably greater. We're talking about you're basically predicting that using if you were using SEPA's predictions using GL, you'd get a maximum of at the 1 in 200 of about 0.3 meters across parts of the site, which from in we're talking about a foot or something like that.
Correct, sir. Yes, so we've gone from 100 millimeters to 300 millimeters, if you want to put it in broad bands. Yes. Yeah.
And as I say, I still think in feet and inches, but so that's about that's helpful. Thank you very much. Now I say the next question, which is really just do you have any comments to make on those particular predictions and maps that Mr. Walton produced, Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, on the not being greater than 0.3, I think what was previously reported was that flood depths on the site would be between 0.1 and 0.2. So when you add on a further 0.18, that would bring the maximum to 0.38 rather than 0.3, which I appreciate 80 millimeters sounds relatively small, but it takes it over the foot.
You get your wellies wet then. You get your, yeah.
I think the other point is we didn't necessarily agree that the model did calibrate well to the December 2012 flood event. I think if you look at drawings HMR5 A and B, that shows the modelled flood extent for the December 2012 flood, along with photographs of the flood. And in the photographs, you can see flooding across the road and quite a defined flow path running along the right-hand side of the road as you look at it in the photograph.
Sorry, what was the
It's
drawing number? HMR 5.
It's a drawing in the hydraulic model report. It's PDF number 7 for anyone looking at online documents. And there is a flood map from the calibration run of the 2012 event. So in this event, all of the uncertainties around the flow are reduced because the actual flow from that event is put into the model. So we're purely now looking at how well the hydraulic model transforms that flow into the levels and extents around the site.
Yeah, okay.
And
so
in the
sorry. So basically you're saying that the flood extent shown on HMR 05A you don't think corresponds terribly well with the photographs which are then shown on HMR 05B, is that right?
That's correct.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, so that was the point that that there's the two elements. There's the uncertainty with the flow, but then also how well the model, as Mr. Walton outlined, it's very important then that the model transforms the flow into the levels and the depths at the site. And so I just want to highlight that I still think there is a reasonable amount of uncertainty in how well the hydraulic model is doing that for the site. The other point which you already made was that was around the use of the 200-year instead of the 1,000-year appropriate to the site. And then just confirming that the flood depth on the access road then is 0.75 of a metre for the 200-year event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is a considerable depth.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Mr. Walton, would you want to come? I mean, just probably that one point about the extent of the calibration. Do you want to come back on that one?
Not a short point, and I deal with it in CEPA's response at 1.7, but I can cover it. I'll leave it till then if you don't mind, but I will come back on that. I'll come back to it now then, sir, if you'd like. But I would say we sent our hydraulic model, a fully working hydraulic model, CEPA, in March 2018. We have consistently asked for CEPA to give some feedback as to whether they consider the hydraulic model is a suitable basis upon which to assess the flood mix for the site. 2 days before the hearing, over 2.5 years later, they come back and start commenting on the hydraulic model. And I think that's completely unacceptable. We have pleaded, you'll see in the correspondence, over and over again, asking them to comment on the hydraulic model. And this is the first time they've done it. And quite frankly, sir, they've been forced into it by your question. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I take you. I understand what the point you're making, and I don't want to get. I'm not going to get involved in that because the fact of the matter is we do have information from TIPA. You have an opportunity to respond to it. So yeah. So we're really moving on to this question of you responding to TIPA's response.
Yeah. So if I could again refer you again to the same photographs that that SEPA make reference to, which is photograph on drawing HMR 05B.
Yeah.
And you'll see from HMR 05A the photograph that was taken.
Yeah.
So that's looking from the viaduct along the access road during the 23rd of December flood event. And I accept that there is a section of the road which is, I mean, the site wasn't in place at the time the photograph was taken, but it heads towards the site entrance.
Yeah.
If I could ask you to look at, sorry, going the wrong way. Could ask you to look at drawing HMR 04A.
Yep.
Which is a representation of the topography site level, sir. And if you can actually, you can see in the background mapping that section of road that is shown by SEPA in the photograph to be flooded during that flood event. And you'll see it's a slightly darker brown.
Yeah.
So that basically slightly lower lying part of the road corresponds to the area in the photograph that's flooded. Can you see that, sir? Okay.
Yes, I can.
Right, I have the benefit of the digital terrain model that these plans were produced from, but the depth of flooding that you can see on that road is less than 100 millimeters. If you look at drawing HMR 05A, and you look at the flood envelope that comes up to the edge of the road, you can see the flood envelope. There's a dark green swathe comes right up to the edge of the road there.
Yeah, I've got you.
Okay, that's virtually at the road level. So at worst case, our model has underestimated the flood flow for that flood event by about 100 millimeters, at the worst case. Now, I don't really want to go into a great long discussion about calibration of hydraulic models because it's actually a very complex and can be quite a subjective event. But in my experience, and I've got many years of developing hydraulic models, be able to calibrate a hydraulic model with this degree of accuracy is a successful calibration in my view. And we do accept uncertainty, and that's why uncertainty is generally taken account for by freeboard, which we'll get onto later. If I could then ask you to look at the calibration event, which is for the 30th December 2050, which is HMR 05C. And again, the photographs of that event. And I would say so it's actually quite unusual to be able to have two significant recorded flood events to be able to calibrate a model. Normally, at best, you get one, but we've got two good events here with good evidence that we can calibrate to. And if you can look at effectively the photograph 10,
yeah,
you can see that we've actually we have, if you look at how far the flood extends off into the distance beyond the site, you can see that our model is actually predicting flooding along the road into the distance that's not shown by the photograph. Now, I accept, and Steve have made the point, and I conceded this, that the photographs for the 30th of December may not have been taken at the peak of the flood event. But nevertheless, the fact that our model is actually showing a greater extent of flooding in the photograph shows that it's probably a reasonable estimate on what the reasonable estimate of where the flood event got to the calibration. So I would say, sir, that our models are very well calibrated, and there might be 100 millimeters of difference here or there, but generally I'd say that the models are well calibrated. And therefore, I think the model is an appropriate tool to make an assessment of the flood risk to the site, using both my estimate of the flood flows and also SEPA's. And I know they have some further comments on the construction of the model that we will do in a minute.
Right, thank you. That's helpful. So when you talk about the comments on the calibration of the model, you're referring to the response that SEPA gave in terms of
1.7, sir.
1.7, but they marked it down as 1.6. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, perhaps then we'll move on to that. And I mean, I think because you're in full flow, we might as well make your points in relation to what SEPA's said there, and I'll ask Ms. Wheeler to come back once you've done that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Because I will, through you, sir, be asking SEPA some questions about the comments that they've made, quite frankly. So I'll help you in that questioning. If you could look at, now I'm not clear, to be fair to SEPA, and they could probably save a lot of time if they're just talking in their response about generalizations about hydraulic model or points that are specific to the model that we prepared. But they basically said in the last sentence before their point A, but a degree of uncertainty remains due to, and they say at point A, the complexity of the flood sources at the site. I consider that we have represented all the complexities of the flood sources at the site. And I basically would, through you, ask SEPA to confirm why they think that the model construction is deficient in this respect. Because I consider we have modelled all the complexities of the site at point A. Similarly, at point B, SEPA suggests that the inherent uncertainty accumulates at all steps of any flood modelling, and in particular when less cautious decisions made during the modelling process. So again, I would say I do not consider we've made any less cautious decisions in the construction of the model, and would ask SEPA to confirm in what respect they consider we have made less cautious decisions. And of course, it may well be that they're simply talking about the GLGEV, which I think so you'll agree with them today.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Well, it's obviously a good point. Rather than continue, Miss Wheeler, do you want to respond?
Well, there's quite a few more if I can continue.
I'm just wondering whether it's easier for Miss Wheeler to deal with those, and then obviously, I mean, I'm assuming you've got points in relation to the bullet points that SEPA.
So if we want to do them one at a time, that's fine by me, sir.
Yeah, I'm just do these two first, and then we'll move on. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, the bullet points are generalisations on the general sources of uncertainty in any hydraulic modelling, and they're not raising specific defects with this particular model.
Thank you. Well, that's clarified, I think, one of your issues, Mr. Walton. Is that right?
I think that's clarified most of my issues. So, I mean, I'd be grateful if, I mean, I don't want to labour the point, but SEPA have basically raised a number of their bullet points about topographic data, roughnesses, downstream boundary conditions, and climate change. And I think if SEPA could just confirm that they're happy that the model that we've actually constructed has properly reflected the topography, has properly reflected the surface roughness, has properly modelled the downstream boundary, and I'll talk about the climate change in a second. So if SEPA could just confirm that they're, in those three respects, they're happy with the model as constructed, I'd be grateful.
Are you happy for me to answer, Mr. Shiel?
Just in a minute, I am. Yeah, when I finish with. Yep.
No, I would say we're not able to verify that every aspect of the hydraulic model is 100%. It's not SEPA's role to find every fault or every source of uncertainty within any model. Our role is to help decision makers to understand the outcomes from the model. I think we might have lost Mr. Shield.
Oh, have you?
Oh, there you are. Sorry, sir. You disappeared from the screen for a second.
Oh.
So what we really want to do is to highlight to ensure everybody understands the sources of uncertainty.
Gone, so I think you maybe ought to stop for a minute.
Who's gone? Sorry, me. I've seen.
Your picture disappears, so then we're not sure that you're hearing us.
Callum, I don't know if you can hear us.
I was just going to say the reason that Mr. Shields' video's gone off is due to bandwidth issues, but he should still be able to hear and see you all fine, so you should be able to continue.
Okay, so I was just making the point on SEPA's role really, and we don't provide a review service for consultants to help them identify all the problems that might exist with their hydraulic model. We can point them in that we can share any information that we have on evidence on how well the outputs of the model compare with the evidence that's available, and that evidence obviously on past flooding has been shared and is available. And so any modeler, the modelers are the experts on the site. They've spent a great deal of time understanding the site and building the model. And as Mr. Walton says, they will be best placed to know where there could be any issues with the model. All we can do is point to the evidence that exists on how well the modelled extents compare with what's actually happened on the ground, and then ask the questions and then help everyone to understand how that information could be used.
You move that onto the other screen if you want.
Yeah, it's easier because the camera's over there.
Should go up there.
Yeah. Let's see if I'm. Sorry about this, folks. I seem to have now been on here twice, but.
You know if anybody's hearing you.
Can you all hear me?
We can, sir.
You can hear me. You can't see me at the moment.
No, sir.
Might be a bit of a blessing for everybody, but make it slightly more difficult.
That video.
Camera is used by another application. Sorry, I don't.
Can Callum come in? Is he listening?
Yeah, Callum, can you hear me?
Yeah. What seems to be the problem? Is it not allowing you to start your video?
It's not. The picture of me froze and then it disappeared. Or in fact, the whole thing disappeared. We've got that back, but it doesn't seem to be allowing me to start the video. It's saying camera is used by another application.
Right.
If you're on twice, you need to do video.
Yeah. When you first joined back again there, you were in twice, so that might mean that WebEx was open twice.
Right. Yeah.
So it might be worth closing if it is open twice on your computer to close as one of them.
I know certainly I was up twice. I don't seem to be up twice now. Sorry about this, folks, but such are the joys of technology. I mean, certainly there's nothing on the screen that indicates that I'm appearing twice now.
There's nothing in the bottom tray where it says
It may be worth just leaving the call entirely and then joining again, just to see what that does.
Right. Okay. So that's just leave meeting effectively.
Yeah, and then just join the same way you joined this morning.
Well, my apologies. My apologies for this. I mean, I was hoping to take a break once we finish this first section, because we have been going on for quite some time and it's quite complicated. But I'm just wondering whether, I mean, how do people feel? Are they?
I wonder, sir, if now would be an appropriate time to break, just to allow you to get back online.
Is everybody happy with that?
Sure.
I mean, I know we're in the middle, slightly in the middle of what you were saying, Mr. Walton, which is a bit of a,
That's fine. I don't mind repeating myself, sir.
Well, I think if that is the case, because there's this technical problem at my end, then, and which means that I'm probably going to have to just close off and come back. I suggest then it's 12:10 now. Let's reconvene at 1 o'clock, which gives you all time to have your lunch. So the thing is that you switch off your don't log out of the call, but switch off your microphones and your videos, I think, and it just creates a break then. And if we're back, hopefully at 1 o'clock.
Callum, could we have a side room, please?
Sorry?
Could Callum set us up with a side room, please?
Oh, right. Callum, did you hear that?
Yeah, I'll just set them up in the next minute or so. And
That's for Mr. Walton, Miss Foxton Black, and Mr. Reed and Mr. McDonald, I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Tell me how to get into it.
What will happen is I'll enable them, and I'll enable them for all three parties, for the council, for SEPA, and for the applicant. So you'll all be put into one, and a message should just come up on your screen, which should allow you to join.
Thanks, Callum.
Thank you.
Okay, well, see you. I hope at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
Thanks, sir.
I just need to come right out of it.
Yeah. So did you get a last thing?
You just want to join now? Click it.
Yeah, if you just click join now, that should allow you to join.
So I can smooth that along.
I'm trying to think about anything else. I've not even checked my secret emails, so I don't want to hear what anybody else
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you all hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good, and you can now, lucky you, see me as well, I think. Callum, can I just check, do you know if everybody's back on?
I think everybody's here. The one video that I can't see is Craig. Craig Welton, is he here?
I am, Callum. Yeah, I can see everyone else.
Yeah, I can't see you, Craig. I think you've got a wee error message in your video saying that it's a bandwidth issue that your video's not showing, but as long as we can see you, that should be fine. Hear you, sorry, that should be fine.
Have we lost Councillor Wilson?
Certainly, I can't. He's not coming up on the screen. Mr. Williamson, do you know anything whether he's
I haven't
decided to?
heard anything from him at all. I can certainly try and use our Skype system to instant message to see if he's going to come back on.
Okay. Okay. I mean, he said previously that he was here principally as an observer, and he may have decided that he could observe just as well remotely through the live the live streaming. But I think we'll make a start anyway, because obviously we got interrupted, and I apologize for that. I don't know. We still don't quite know what the problem was at this end. Again, it may have been a bandwidth issue, but we had to reboot and start all over again. So we got to a stage where we were dealing really with the response that SEPA had given to my question 1.7. Ms. Wheeler very helpfully said that the bullet points that were included in that response were essentially general matters relating to models, or are there any specific criticism with the model. And I think many of the other points that are in that response, which relate to calibration, we've already gone through. So I'm coming back to you, Mr. Walton. I think we left at the point where you were about to say something. So it's to come back to you for your response in relation to SEPA, and hopefully we'll be able to do this quite quickly, because I think most of it's been covered.
I will do my very best, sir. I note, can I just very quickly return to a point that SEPA made earlier on? They basically referred to a depth of flooding of 0.2 meters rather than 0.1 meters as my base flood estimation. Depth estimation. So if I could just make a note, sir, if you could look at HMR drawing HMR 16. Whilst there are extremely isolated points and very small points on the site that show a flood depth of between 0.1 and 0.2 meters, the vast majority of the site, I would say 95%, is at 0 to 0.1 meters. So you could just make a note of that, sir.
I have done, thank you.
Okay. I suppose in response to the point that SEPA were making, they basically said that their role is not to review hydraulic models, but to provide advice to the local planning authority. You will note, sir, that they've given their advice effectively on 2 occasions now, and on both occasions the local planning authorities accepted the output of our model by being minded to grant the planning permission, which subsequently has been called in. So I've made that point. I mean, I suppose what I find slightly disappointing is that they say that it's not their place to comment on it, and yet they've basically gone to some length in highlighting lots of potential issues with it. Now, either they're going to comment on the model and say, I think it's deficient in this reason or this reason, but simply just to sort of chuck a load of points out there where their model may or may not be deficient, and then simply say, but it's not our point to comment on it, I don't think really helps anybody, sir. And I think as SEPA are not going to comment on any of the technical issues that they raise, I would say that the hydraulic model that you have in front of you has to be the best evidence for you to make a judgment on the flood risk of the site. SEPA's offered no evidence about why they think that our hydraulic model, in respect of all the technical points they raise, is not suitable, and I would contend that it is. So I would just ask you to make that point, sir, that they've made a lot of generalisations, but they've not been able to make any specific criticism of the model in respect to the points they make. So I'll leave it at that, sir.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah, so their bullet point 4, they make reference to climate change. And if I could ask you to go to my letter of 1957, sir, which was, so this was my, for want of a better word, rebuttal to SEPA's comment on the first request for information that was submitted.
What date was that again, sorry?
So it's my letter of the 19th of December to Mr. Seif, which was then submitted. And it's basically my comment on SEPA's response to the first request for information.
Yeah, I've got it somewhere. I know I've seen it. No. I'd already taken it out, yeah, sorry.
Good, okay. And just simply at table 1 there, sir, which is on the last page, page 7.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We did rerun our model with a 35% climate change increase rather than a 20% climate increase, as advised by SEPA, and you can see that the results of that were to increase flood depths by approximately 180 millimetres.
Yeah, thank you.
So if we can just have a look at their 4th paragraph, which is after their last bullet point.
Yeah.
They make the point again about whether it's appropriate to do sensitivity testing on the 0.5% or 0.1%. And I would say the purpose of doing sensitivity testing is to check whether or not the model output responds how you would expect to a change in input parameter. So yes, you should use sort of the higher return period events, but I don't think the the sensitivity analysis of the model is in any way affected by us using the 0.5% rather than 0.1% flow. So on the next paragraph, which is paragraph 5, SEPA, and if I could ask you to go to the hydraulic modelling report, and then also the hydraulic modelling drawings 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Yes.
So what SEPA basically said is that we've only done a sensitivity analysis in the 1D domain, which is basically in the river channel. But if you look at drawing 6, 7, 8, and 9, you'll see that it basically shows the flood outlines resulting from that sensitivity analysis in the 2D domain. So I accept that we haven't necessarily specified a level, but we've looked at an extent. So you can see very clearly that we have looked at sensitivity analysis in the 2D domain. I think the 6th point, you're quite right that we have effectively dealt with the calibration of the model at an earlier point. So I'll skip over that point about the calibration. We've dealt with that previously.
Yeah.
If we now look at their 7th paragraph, which starts any model scenario as a mathematical representation, which is the point that SEPA rightly made earlier. If you look at section 7.2, page 19, the flood risk and drainage.
Section.
That's the main body of the report.
What page was it, sorry?
Page 19.
Page 19, yeah.
What we've effectively done is we've looked at what the general elevation of the mobile homes is above ground level on the site at the minute as they're currently installed. And then we've looked at what the flood depths are for the 0.5% AEP flood, including allowance for climate change. And the freeboard is generally a minimum of 0.5 metres. SEPA correctly made reference to 0.6 metres as being considered good practice in the Syria guidance.
Yeah.
However, in these circumstances, as you'll see and we will discuss later, the primary means of managing the flood risk to residents is for them to evacuate the site, not to use the mobile homes as a safe place of refuge. I don't consider it's necessary to increase the freeboard. However, sir, if it was concluded that the freeboard of 0.6 metres should be provided, it's a very simple matter to actually raise the mobile homes by simply increasing the height of the pillars. And I'd say that this is something to be secured by condition. So if in your consideration, sir, the risk you felt that it was worth raising the floor of the mobile homes because of the uncertainty to deal with the flood risk that we've discussed, I think that could be readily delivered by condition. And just for information, so I have admittedly on rather extreme sites ended up recommending and delivering mobile homes with a finished floor level 1.2 metres above ground level. So it's not uncommon to elevate the floor of mobile home.
Okay.
You'll be glad to see, sir, is that by just pointing to the fact that even on SEPA's analysis, there are a significant part of the site that still remains beyond the 1% or the 0.5%, and our estimate the 0.5% flood level. So it's not as if in a major flood event all flooded. There are parts of the site towards the bottom of the embankment that remain free from flooding. So I think I would just conclude that whole section by just reiterating my point that the hydraulic model you have in front of you, I would say, is the best evidence you have on the flood risk on the site, and you should be entitled to rely on it.
Thank you.
In the levels of uncertainty that have been talked about generally in terms of the model construction.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. That's helpful. I don't want to prolong this particular discussion because I think, again, people have made their points. But do you want to say anything, Ms. Wheeler, in relation to what the last points that Mr. Walton made?
Yes. I'll focus maybe on the freeboard. I think, or the general uncertainty in the model. I mean, Mr. Walton's already made admissions today that the flow could be underestimated by 3 or 4%, and that the model may be only accurate to, you know, within 100 millimeters in the calibration runs, and then the sensitivity analysis indicates, you know, it could be plus or minus 200 to 300 millimeters. So I think our point really is that nowhere in the conclusions of the flood risk assessment, in giving advice to either decision makers or to the people who live on site, is there any indication that there is that level of uncertainty in the levels, and that any level that you take in order to make a decision or to inform a course of action should be considered to have, you know, that level of uncertainty. Specifically on the 500 millimeters of freeboard, that's, I think, above the 0.5 and not above the, it was said there that it included climate change, but in the 0.5 event, it's been reported that flood levels on site are mostly 0.1 meters, but in small places up to 0.2. The caravans are 0.7 above ground level, so that leaves 500 millimeters. So that doesn't include an allowance for climate change as far as I can see, because the flood level would be higher again. Usually in an application where mitigation is appropriate and development's going to be set at a level above a flood level, there's usually 4 tests that we would apply. The 4 tests are that the development itself is not at risk of flooding, so it's above a robust estimate of what the appropriate return period for the site is, which in this case is the 0.1% event. It would then have an allowance for freeboard on top of that, which would usually be 0.6 of a metre. The development would have access and egress, which in this case it doesn't. And then there would be no increase in risk elsewhere. Those would be the 4 tests that we would normally apply to any mitigation to reduce flood risk. So yeah, the point really on sensitivity and uncertainty is really that should be carried forward into the decision making that the model is used to inform. So lots of other scenarios have been run, so the SEPA flows have been run through the model. The climate change has been run through the model, and indeed Mr. Walton's just pointed us to the fact that the higher value for climate change has also been run through the model. And a number of different scenarios have been tested, but none of those are used to inform the advice that's now being given based on the model. It's always returning to the 0.5 baseline scenario, which may be slightly underestimated for all of the advice that's then being given. So none of those other scenarios or other sources of uncertainty are being carried forward into the advice that the model's being used to give decision makers, or to help those who are resident on site inform their action.
Okay.
Thank you. Again, we could.
Can I just come back on that, please, sir?
You can, of course, you can.
You might imagine. Yes, we have considered the uncertainty, and yes, there's cumulative uncertainties. But the fact of the matter is that we're not. The actual flood risk to the site per se for extreme events has no real bearing on the means of managing the flood risk. Managing the flood risk is an evacuation plan, which will be triggered when the flows reach at a certain level in the River North Esk. that flow level is an absolute. It doesn't have any uncertainty associated with it. It's not going to be impacted by climate change. When the flood flow or the flood level effectively at the Logie Mill gauging station reaches a certain level, it will trigger a flood evacuation. The site will be evacuated. The point about the freeboard to the mobile homes is effectively, I suppose, one of the degree to which they would be secure, sat there on their own with no residents in place, because effectively they'd have gone. And as we'll be talking about later, sir, the flood evacuation plan has been developed in partnership with SEPA as one of the organisations, and been tested 4 times. And the site has also been, I might add, successfully evacuated during Storm Frank. Now, SEPA might well apply the 4 tests, and I'll be fair to them, they've been fairly consistent in giving that advice to the local authority. But the point is that, I suppose, in a way, SEPA have the benefit of looking at only one aspect of this development. And basically, the local authority is having to weigh up a number of different aspects, not least where an alternative location for this site. And in listening to SEPA's advice, and in listening to the advice that I've provided on behalf of the applicant, I would repeat that the local authority has on 2 occasions now voted fairly heavily overwhelming in favour of the development. So I would just leave it at that, sir.
Well, thank you. I would have probably cut you short at that point anyway, because I don't want. Obviously, we're discussing one specific element of this development. There are many others which need to be taken into consideration. Right, I'm going to push on from try and get this. I noticed rather we're still in the first section of the agenda. Hopefully
we'll be able to speed up fairly shortly.
I think we will do. But just let's look at the final bit of section 1, which relates to this combination, or the joint probability of fluvial and tidal flooding, or tidal, the combination of what of the two. Now, in SEPA's response, it said that it agrees that fluvial flooding is currently the dominant source of flood risk. Do you want to add anything more, Ms. Wheeler, just on this combined impact?
No, it's more of an issue once we get into climate change scenarios, not in the baseline scenario. So I don't have anything to add.
Mr. Walton.
Once again, SEPA make generalisations and don't provide any specific advice to the work that we've done. They accept that it's fluvially dominated. We've used best practice joint probability analysis, which they accept, which demonstrates that it's best practice and fluvially dominated. So I'm not entirely clear why they're now trying to add yet another degree of uncertainty without being able to be specific about what the criticism is. We have considered the combination, the worst case combination of fluvial flooding and tidal flooding to arrive at our answer. I have responded to this. If I could just ask you, sir, to look at matter 9 of my letter of 3rd of December. I won't go through it, but oh, you're looking at it, so you will.
Okay, do you want to?
I'll just, if you could just look at it, sir. But basically, what I've said is that based on the site level at the minute, for the 0.5% tidal flood level on its own, allowing for climate change, is 300 to 400 millimetres higher than that flood level. So if you combine that with a fairly modest flow, which is effectively what you do, you take one extreme of the other, and then swap them around, or take any variables in between. It's clear, whilst I haven't done the analysis, it's clear to me in my experience that the fluvially dominated is going to be the same. And the point of this joint probability analysis is because there's 2 independent variables. I could spend years just testing one against the other, which is specifically why the guidance is there to guide you as to which is the worst case. This is what I've done. So I would say that our analysis of the flood risk based on the interaction between the tidal and the fluvial flood risk is robust and the worst case. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I think that's probably enough on that matter, and so we'll move on to section 2, which I've basically headed as the consequences. We've discussed the predictions, and now I want to look at what the consequences of any flooding. And again, I think it's generally accepted that under certain circumstances there will be some flooding of the site itself, or parts of the site, up to a depth which up to a certain level. Now, the first question may, in fact, be slightly arise from my ignorance of how flow levels are calculated and predicted and warnings are given. And it was just, and so it might be possible to deal with it very, very quickly. And SEPA has indeed given a response on that. I was just, as we say, the flood, as far as I see, the flood warnings are given when a threshold flow of 536 cubic meters per second is forecast at Law of Crago about 4 kilometers upstream of the site, and that I think SEPA, not SEPA, sorry, Mr. Walton, you've said that the access road would start to flood at a flow of about 676 cubic meters per second, and that based on a 0.5% event, this would take about 30 minutes. And I just wondered how this relates to the actual velocity of the water. But I think maybe, as I say, the peak flow is a combination of cross-sectional area and velocity, so it's taken into account. But perhaps somebody can just put me right.
If I just step in very quickly, I agree with the SEPA's first comment, that's fine. I think there might be a slight misunderstanding here, and I think we can, if we go back, what SEPA have actually said, that in asking them about what the flood warning would be available, we don't, I mean, effectively the flood that occurs at Logie Mill, it takes a time to move downstream before it manifests itself at the site. There's a time the flow, but that hasn't anything to do with velocity, and we don't really need to get into much of a discussion. I would simply say that SEPA have confirmed that between them forecasting a flood at Logie Mill, or wherever it was, that particular location we were talking about, we would have 3 hours warning before the site flooded. That's what they've basically said. Now, I think I might have set a bit of a red herring going by trying to compare the time it takes for a flow of 536 cubic meters per second at the site to rise up to the level, by trying to suggest you might in practice have an extra 30 minutes. But what SEPA have said, and I stand by, because that's the advice they've given us, is there is a 3-hour warning of an impending flood based on their flood forecasting system upstream. And I think if I will say no more than that, and I possibly have caused a confusion about trying to be too clever.
Ms. Wheeler, do you want to say anything? As I say, I think part of this is my misunderstanding of I suppose as a layman, I'm just thinking, well, surely the time between a particular flood level at point A and a particular flood level at point B is to do something to do with the speed with which the water is getting from point A to point B, but it's obviously not as simple as that.
Yeah, it's to do with the speed with which the river rises. Yes, we do aim to give 3 hours warning for any flood warning that we issued that we issue for the area, and the threshold, confirm that threshold is correct at 536 cubic meters per second. That is the threshold that we use to issue the flood warnings on both sides of the river there, so the Mary Kirk side and the other side, which is in Angus Council's side.
Okay, I think that's cleared the point up, which it's more to do with my misunderstanding than anything else. And I say some of these next questions are hopefully we're going to be able to get through them pretty quickly. The second question I raised was that I think that is it reasonable to assume that the flood water would reach the site first from the vicinity of the access road to the south, and therefore enter the site via the entrance into the permanent site? Mr. Walton?
Can I just, I don't want to labour the point, but if going back, there is, I won't necessarily go through it, but there is if you dig into the detail of the hydrological assessment that we've done, and particularly the derivation of the hydrographs, which is the rate of change of the flow, there's evidence to suggest that our analysis would support a 3-hour warning period, because it's basically the time taken between the peak of the rainfall over the catchment and the peak of the flood that results is about, for this catchment, is at least 3 hours, and based on the evidence of the December 2015 flood, could be longer. So all I would say is that sort of hydrological response of the catchment actually matches what SEPA have advised in terms of their flood warning. So I think that hopefully just adds you a bit more comfort in terms of the warning that's available.
Thank you. Returning then to this question of where the water would first come from, am I right in thinking that it would essentially come along the access road initially, and then, given it would then go into the site through the access into the permanent site?
Actually, I've looked at the animation of the video of the development of the flood, which I'm not going to share with you now, but I can if you like, so we can do an audio visual thing. But no, let's
No.
So basically, what happens is that the flood flow comes out of banks actually slightly downstream of the site and comes back towards the site across the fields. And then, as you saw from the earlier photographs, the first thing it does is to flood the access road, the short bit of access road. But then the important thing is that, as I said before, the depth of flooding on that access road, and there's evidence from the 2015 flood event when they evacuated that, despite that road was flooded, but it was only a matter of millimeters. We've got plenty of photographs of cars and vans driving through it quite happily. But the key point is that then, as the flood builds, what happens is that the flow is getting constrained underneath the viaduct, the railway viaduct, and so flood levels then start to build up and submerge the access road that goes underneath the viaduct. So the key pinch point and where the maximum flood depths occur are actually on the road as it passes underneath the railway viaduct, despite in fact the fact that road level there is marginally higher than the road across the site. But yes, the access road and the road underneath the viaduct get flooded before the site does, and then yes, the flood basically comes largely across the road and also round the corner and then inundates the site.
Yeah. Ms. Wheeler, have you got anything to add to that?
Only a reminder really that flood depths of between 600 millimetres and 780 millimetres have been reported, during various scenarios for flood depths on the access road, both underneath the viaduct and just to the south of the site, just upstream of the bund, where in the assessment of how much difference the land raising made, there was an increase in flood depth on the road there as well. So for quite a length of road, there's quite significant flood depths there.
I'm happy to concede that.
Thank you. Well, I mean, that in a way reflects what Mr. Walton was saying, that the flood water becomes constrained as it runs under the viaduct, and therefore the depth of flooding is liable to increase. Thank you. I think we can. That's helpful. That was two. I think I'm going to. I asked a question about possibility to estimate what the likely velocity of the flood water would be on entering the site. I'm not sure whether that, given what you've said about, is particularly relevant. I mean, it's perhaps more related to the next two questions, which The applicants may well be able to help me a bit on that one, but we've talked about the question of freeboard, and I think that it's been said that there would be a freeboard of at least 0.5 meters up in the worst scenario. What I just want to know, this is again reflects my ignorance. What is actually supporting the mobile homes above the ground? Is it the actual base walls, which some of them have, or is there something inside those base walls which provides this support? I mean, does Mr. Reid, do you want to help me on that one?
I've actually, sorry, just to keep things moving along, I've discussed these points with Mr. McDonald and Mr. Reid, and basically it's been decided that I'll respond and then they can agree whether or not I've accurately recounted what they've told me.
No, that's fine.
So basically, to start with, a modern mobile home, and what mobile homes are used for residential use, are more chalet homes than mobile homes, and are distinctly different beasts from a holiday park home you might go and stay.
Yeah.
They're much more substantial structures, and can vary anything between 12 and 30 tons. So they are substantial, heavy structures. When they're installed on site, they're installed on a number of brick columns or blockwork columns. And the reason they're elevated up in the air is because, as you'll have seen, so they have quite a deep lattice structure underneath that supports the floor. So that has to be kept clear. So irrespective of whether you're trying to raise floor levels to mitigate flood levels or if anything, they're going to be at least 750 millimeters above ground level, just to make sure that that below ground support structure is above. So they are mounted on very heavy, they have to be on fairly substantial columns to take the weight. Then, of course, you've got a void underneath, and it's common practice to sort of shield that off for aesthetic reasons with either timber cladding, plastic cladding, or even sometimes a dwarf wall. So probably what you'll have seen, sir, is a wall round the edge of the mobile home, but that is purely for aesthetic reasons and isn't part of the structural makeup of supporting it above the ground. So I don't know whether Mr. McDonald would like to add anything at this point. I would say that Mr. McDonald's had over 20 years of experience in developing mobile home sites like this, and actually, as you'll be aware, is responsible for the development of the private site as well. So I defer to his expertise, but I just want to check that what I've told you is correct.
Mr. McDonald, do you want to just confirm that? You've not got your...
We're just looking for the unmute button.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I would like to confirm that. That's one.
Fine, thank you very much. So, right, that clarifies a lot for me, because so basically the walls that we see around the base are purely cosmetic, but the mobile home is supported by substantial columns beneath it.
Correct, on a steel chassis as well.
And the steel, that's the framework, yeah, steel chassis.
Steel chassis, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, I suspect my next question, 2.5, then is probably, I suspect I know what the answer is, but I'll ask it anyway. Just, I raised the question: is it possible that the combination of the force of the water, which I think will be a product of the volume and the speed, plus any debris which might be entrained in it, could result in any damage to the supports of the mobile home, which could then lead to the mobile home collapsing into the floodwater?
Well, I think the simple answer is a resounding no, but if I can just give you a couple of points as to why I say that. First of all, as we've just mentioned, they're extremely heavy structures supported on large concrete blocks. So if you think of the compressive force on the pillars, to actually destabilise it, you're going to need one hell of a force to knock it over. As we've discussed before, well, you asked the question, we never quite got to the answer on that, sir, but the velocities are kind of germane to a certain extent. And if I could go back and answer your question, the velocity for the 0.5% AEP flood event across the site is a maximum of about where have I've got the figure here, so sorry, so I just need to go back. Yeah, sorry, here we are. For the 0.5%, it was about 0.2 of a metre per second. And for the 0.1%, it increases to generally 0.6 metres per second and locally up to 1 metre a second. So I contend that if, by contrast, the flow in the main channel of the River North Esk at that point is in excess of 10 metres per second. So you can see that it's because we're right on the edges of the floodplain, effectively, the velocities are likely to be quite low. And as you might expect, to get that information, I've had to produce a couple of plans, which I'm happy to share with you afterwards if that will be of assistance, which shows you a range of velocities across the site. So if you'd like that, I can provide it and copy it to all parties afterwards. But if you're content with what I've just told you, then so be it.
Yeah, I find that helpful. Thank you. That'd be useful if you were to do that and circulate them to the parties.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
So going back to your response to question 2.5, as the velocities, I'd say, are relatively the velocities are relatively modest in terms of the force of water that we've applied, and also that the depths are relatively shallow. Now, I think it's not just the depth of flow, but it's the ability of water to carry debris. I mean, often the most damage is done in flood events from the debris that's carried. In a big storm event, you might get large trees washed down, and it's the momentum of the tree that can cause the damage. So if you think about the flood depths that we're talking about across the site, you know, I say 0.1, SEPA say 0.3, that's not going to support a very big tree. So the debris that's going to be entrained in the depth of flood waters is not going to be very significant. I'd say twigs, not trees. The other thing, of course, is that any major debris that was being carried down the River North Esk is likely to stay in the main channel. There's no reason why it's to sort of, you know, come out across or be carried by the main flow, which, as I said before, in the main channel. And then finally, you've seen, so if you've seen from the site that externally it's enclosed by a close boarded timber fence.
Yeah.
And then internally the plots are divided by blockwork walls. So those in themselves are going to, and I haven't explicitly modelled those in the model to look at the velocities, but those in themselves are going to limit the velocities to less than I've already reported, and also they're going to prevent any significant debris being washed across the site. So in that respect, though, I would say that there's a very low likelihood if that the mobile homes would be knocked off their purpose, if you like, by floodwaters. I think the only credible scenario for destabilizing a mobile home, and I think this is, you know, quite evident looking at the other holiday parks that suffered flooding, not least Mary in 2015, is that if they get floated away. Now, bearing in mind, and this is, I think, where it's important to consider freeboard as well, bearing in mind that these are heavy structures on top of pillars, and even with SEPA's analysis, we've still got 300 millimeters of freeboard. The depth of water above the floor level of the mobile home to be able to float at 12 to 30 tons structure off its pillars is quite significant. So you would need to have, I haven't done my buoyancy calculations, but bearing in mind we're talking, you know, a minimum of say 300 to 500 millimeters higher flood depth than even SEPA's analysis would suggest that that's highly unlikely to happen. That would be an extremely rare event, and certainly much greater than a 1% 1 in 1,000-year event. So to conclude with where you started with, I think there's no risk of them collapsing into the floodwaters.
Thank you.
Significant risk.
Ms. Williams, do you disagree with that?
We're not structural engineers, so I would look to the experience of a structural engineer to confirm whether or not any structure could withstand the expected depths, velocities and duration of flooding that you would see on the site, and that would be the clarification that would be required. I think when thinking about velocities, it's also important to consider the velocities on the access route. If the principal way that risk is going to be managed at the site is by evacuation, then looking at the relative velocities on the access route would be an important part of that.
Okay, well, I think we can probably cover that a little bit in one of my later questions. Anyway, I think that I'm happy to take I take your point, but thank you, Mr. Walton, for the clarification on that. Moving on then, and we can probably deal with 2.6 and 2.7 very much at the same time, because they both, most of the mobile homes have some form of ground level outbuildings, and of course it's also proposed that the halting site, the stopover site, will have amenity blocks. Now, I just wanted to confirm, it seems fairly self-obvious, but I just want to confirm that they could be damaged as a result of surface water flooding. I mean, you know, if it's even at depths of, say, let's say 0.2 meters, 0.3 meters, they may suffer damage. Is that right?
Again, I've been thoroughly briefed by Mr. McDonald and Mr. Reid, and I will come back to them for confirmation of what I'm about to say. But yes, the typical forms of construction of the outbuildings or the day rooms or amenity buildings, and these, as you'll be aware, sir, are used as ancillary accommodation to the mobile home. Essentially provide a utility room, an additional kitchen, and additional seating, dining space for the family. So on site, they're currently a mixture of blockwork and timber construction on concrete bases, with the timber structures heavily bolted down. So in themselves, they're fairly robust structures. And I would say, so that, you know, these would be perhaps the equivalent of a domestic residential ground floor extension type construction generally. So they're designed to be robust and habitable, etc. So not lightweight sheds or anything. These are substantial structures. So of course, if the site was flooded, it's possible that some damage could occur to fixtures and fittings, but unlikely to be the structure themselves. And there would be a period over which fixtures and fittings would have to be replaced, and there would be undoubtedly some remedial works to the outbuildings. But having said that, these are ancillary structures, and the principal residential accommodation is provided by the mobile home, so it wouldn't in any way prevent the return or making the residents homeless by the fact that their outbuildings have been flooded. And as I've said previously, we've had a flood, and SEPA and I will argue whether it was a 1 in 50 or 1 in 70 year flood event. But by all measure, that was a significant flood event in December 2015, and the site did not flood. The site itself did not flood. So you have to look at, in the round, you have to look at the frequency with which it's likely that their outbuildings will be flooded and damaged. And I think sort of Mr. Reid made the point when we were discussing this, is that having to replace his white goods and perhaps kitchen occasionally on a very infrequent basis is what he would consider is a fairly small price to pay for having somewhere to live. So I think the residents are well aware of the situation they live in, they're well aware of the flood risk, and of course there are always going to be compromises to living in an area at risk of flooding, and they accept that these outbuildings could be at risk of flooding, and they consider it is a price well worth paying for actually having a secure home. So again, Mr. Reid, I don't know whether you just want to confirm that what I've just said is what you've recounted to me.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said to you, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Thank you. Okay, that's very helpful. I understand the position. And
can I just talk about the amenity blocks as well, sir?
Yeah, sure. Sorry. Yeah.
Because obviously that we have the advantage here that they haven't actually been constructed yet, because obviously pending the outcome of today's hearing, of course. And so again, in speaking with Mr. McDonald, that we now have the opportunity of, we've got an estimate of flood levels, and there's no reason why those amenity blocks could not be constructed with elevated floor levels and with flood resilient finishes such as tiled floors, raising electrical outlets above a certain level. So and that, sir, could very readily be made subject of a condition if it was felt appropriate. We have an opportunity here to influence the construction of the amenity blocks for the halting site, whereas we have a retrospective application for the touring permanent site. So I think that's something that I think, irrespective of what you might decide, sir, Mr. McDonald is likely to carry forward in terms of the design of those amenity buildings. perhaps you'd just like to, again, Mr. McDonald, confirm that's what we discussed.
Yes, Ian.
Yes, certainly. I mean, it's a fair point. I understand the point you're making that if you're starting from scratch, you can do things differently. Again, Ms. Wheeler, do you want to make any comments about that?
I think SEPA's position's well documented on whether we consider that a flood risk area is a suitable place to live, and so I don't think we need to revisit that now. Just to highlight that one of the buildings is proposed for use for education, which is also a most vulnerable use, so it's the 1 in 1,000 year level that's appropriate for that and the caravans.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Can we, if we move on then to we're doing well now.
I'll slow you down, sir. Don't worry.
No, don't bother. The final, in the event of it being necessary to evacuate the sites, and I'm not going to go into the issue of your evacuation plans, the resilience plans, because I know where you stand on that, and I understand the position you're making. But is it reasonable to assume that, well, I'm sure it is reasonable to assume that the priority would be given to removing all the people, and that it might not therefore be possible to remove all the touring caravans, and that any caravans left on the site could suffer severe damage or even be destroyed by floodwater? Mr. Walton.
Yes. Again, I would refer back to the drawings of the flood depth that I have estimated, which is shown on drawings HMR 17 and 16, and also the estimated flood depths based on SEPA's estimate of flood flows, which show that generally there's a maximum flood depth of around 0.3 meters across the site. A touring caravan is not going to float in a foot of water. It will be perfectly stable. However, it is accepted practice on a number of on sites where sites such as this are at risk of flooding to actually tether touring caravans down. So in the unlikely event that they do get flooded or stabilised, they can't float away anywhere and they're securely held on site. A lot of problems, sir, as again I go back to Mary Kirk, is debris being washed off site, mobile homes and touring caravans getting washed and blocking bridges and things. I'm not suggesting that would happen in this case, but it is a reason why it's often a condition that things are tethered. Now, tethering down a touring caravan is extremely simple to do. You just have a block of concrete let into the ground with a hook on it, with an eye in it, and then you put a chain around the chassis and connect it up to the touring caravan. So it's a tried and tested technology that's been used elsewhere very successfully. So I understand your concern, sir, and I agree that the evacuation plans suggest that people should evacuate the site first. But it's not uncommon for members of this community to be able to hook up their caravans and leave site at very short notice, and certainly less than 50 minutes. But I think the priority would be to get people off site first. And yes, there may be caravans left behind, but I would suggest that measures can be put in place to make sure that they're secure and wouldn't suffer undue damage. And that could be made a subjective condition. And I would go back again, to the point I just made about the frequency with which this is likely to happen.
Yeah. Just out of interest, what's the general floor level or height of the caravan above road level? Do you know? The touring caravan.
I've sort of measured it before, and I think sort of around about 300 to 400 millimeters. If you think about, you have to step up into them. And I think it depends on the model as well. But perhaps Mr. McDonald could answer that.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. Around about 400.
About 400. So yeah, so it would depend then. I mean, if we talk about the maximum flood of 300, but let's say with uncertainty, there is a possibility that even if they don't float away, that the caravans themselves could suffer flood damage.
Well, they could be moved, sir, and yes, they might have some water inside them. I mean, you could say perhaps that there's a slight difference between the halting site and the private site, so that the halting site is obviously designed for people to halt on a temporary basis, so their home is their caravan. So the likelihood is that if a flood warning is issued and there is time available, they're likely to take their caravans with them because that's their only home. It's a very different situation for the people on the private site who've got the mobile homes, which, as we've discussed, are kind of, if you like, more secure in terms of their likely resilience to floodwaters because of the elevated floor. So I think it is worth probably making a distinction between the two, but nevertheless, I think putting measures in place to perhaps make sure that the caravans are tethered it would be sensible precaution.
Thank you. Right, Ms. Wheeler, perhaps you might make a few comments. And I noted that in one of your letters, or one of SEPA's letters, you stated that a water depth of 150 millimetres will reach the bottom of most cars, which can cause loss of control and potential stalling. And a water depth of 300 millimetres will float many vehicles. Now, obviously, we're not so much talking about vehicles as the caravans, but do you want to say anything on the points that have just been raised in terms of the touring caravans?
Well, on those last two in particular that you just made, I think that's right. It's probably dependent on the velocities very much. I wasn't the author of that, so I can't tell you the source, but yes, that would be our understanding. I think just if I could make a point on flood warning, our flood warning service has proved very reliable for the catchment. In the 10 years that we've operated it, we have issued the flood warning 5 times, and we've issued it for all of the floods that we would have expected to. But it isn't an infallible system. We're at the mercy of the accuracy of the weather forecast. It's based on another flood model of a different kind, which also has sources of uncertainty. And so we wouldn't ever recommend that new development is based on the flood warning service. We provide it as best we can for areas that are already at risk of flooding. I don't think I have any other points to make. Thank you.
Can I just come back on that last point that was made about the flood warning?
Yeah.
I know you've read the flood resilience plan, sir, but if you look, it's about preparedness, and it's about understanding the environment within which you will run. And as I said before, the sort of antecedent conditions that are required to generate a flood in the northwest are quite remarkable. They're going to be named storms, so they're going to be well rehearsed in the media. People know they're coming. The residents on the site have lived through several major flood events. They're very used to they live right next to the river. They drive past it every day. They can see the river. They know the environment they're living in, and they themselves will monitor river levels, and they will take it upon themselves to put their plan in action if they're concerned. They're not necessarily relying on a flood warning from a computer model issued by SEPA, although I'm very pleased to note that it seems to have been performing extremely well so far. So it's not that they're just relying on the reliance, they're relying on their own observations and a preparedness, having understand the environment within which they're living, and particularly the flood risk.
Thank you. I understand that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. I think we can move on to the next section. I don't really want to spend a lot of time on this, if at all possible. And that's the question of the possible flooding from the small watercourse on the Wisdom side of the site. Now, the flood risk assessment contains in Appendix 04 a hydrological assessment of this watercourse. I've asked the question what the reasons that the SEPA considers this to be unsatisfactory, and you've given your response on that, which is helpful. Do you want to add anything to what you've said in writing, Ms. Wheeler?
No, the main point is really that the culvert at the downstream end of it isn't represented. So, and it's the capacity of the culvert that influences the flood pattern from the watercourse.
Now, I'm assuming, and I think that culverting was done by the residents of Eskview Farm.
That's certainly my understanding, sir. So
carry on.
No, I would say that there's no flood risk arising from that minor watercourse, culverted or unculverted, to the application site. The site next door, Eskview, is slightly lower, and I think the suggestion that SEPA has made is that by our raising of the site, in some instances, that has increased the flood risk of the site next door. Before Eskview was developed, and I've referred to, and you can verify this yourself, so if you go back to the 1972 Ordnance Survey plans, before Eskview Farm was constructed, there was a watercourse that ran down the boundary. So that historically has run down the boundary, and from the remnants of the watercourse that's left, which is about 30% of the length, assuming that represented the rest of the watercourse down the field, it would have had more than enough capacity to accept flows from what you've noted. So it's a very limited upstream catchment. I think the issue is that what we've SEPA are basically trying to suggest that flooding from this watercourse used to flood onto the site, and there's no anecdotal evidence to suggest that whatsoever. And they say just anecdotal evidence, but they haven't put anything forward to suggest that. What we say, sir, is that at the end of the day, any increased flood risk that's arisen to the neighbouring property is entirely a result of them culverting the watercourse, which I've tried to look back through records. I can find no record whatsoever it having been consented. So if you like, to put it quite brutally, any increased flood risk is a matter of their own making. Having said that, Mr. McDonald, that's his end of the site, the halting site, has agreed, if this is a concern, he's more than happy to reinstate the watercourse down on the land that he controls, to put the watercourse down the common boundary. So that is a pragmatic solution. If you are happy to accept that, sir, if you want to recommend that they're prepared to accept to mitigate this issue. But this would be for the benefit of the neighbours, not for the site. We have done some analysis, sir, on the cut and fill balance of the site. And if you can look at, again, my letter of the 3rd of December 2019.
Yeah.
And I respond to this at matter 5. And then in particular make reference to drawing HMR 29, which is enclosed at the after my letter, Appendix A drawing.
HMR 29, you said?
HMR 29, which is...
Yeah.
And if you can see, so on that drawing, what that drawing shows is I've taken the levels of the site prior to development, which were based on a LiDAR survey, aerial photogrammetry, that predated development, and I've compared the levels to a survey that was done of the site to inform the flood risk assessment. And this is a reflection of the difference between the two levels. And where it's green, you can see the site has been filled, and where it's brown, it's been cut. And you'll have read this, but going back, the reason that the site was levelled, cut and filled in the past was nominally to improve the drainage. You can see from the photographs we looked at earlier, in periods of heavy wet weather, the lower lying parts of the site used to flood. So this was, at the time that this was done, it wasn't in the SEPA's flood risk map area. This was done for purely drainage purposes. But if I can ask you to look at the common boundary, which is at the northern end of the site, just inside the orange line, you can see that there's been no cutting or filling done along the boundary of the adjoining site. So there's nothing that's been done on the site to have any impact on the adjacent, on flood risk of the property next door. But as I said, notwithstanding this, if it's a matter that's of concern to you, sir, then we can reinstate the watercourse down that common boundary. And Mr. McDonald's happy to do that at his own expense.
Thank you. Ms. Wheeler, again, not going to prolong this, but is it fair to say that SEPA's concern in relation to this particular watercourse is more to do with the effect that it might have on the adjoining property rather than the site itself?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
And going back to the point which Mr. Walton made, and putting it brutally, is it the case that the owners of that site, for whatever reason, might be the authors of their own misfortune by having culverted the burn?
It's possible. I don't know what. I think following their culvert, there's then probably another culvert that goes underneath the road, and without knowing what size that culvert is, if that was already undersized, then it may not have made a huge difference. If that was a much different size, then it would make a bigger difference. So yes, without knowing the ins and outs of what was done on the neighbouring site, it would be difficult to know. I think also what's difficult to know is there are anecdotal reports of flooding on the site which have been attributed to surface water. Obviously, because the ground levels are different to what they were before, it's difficult to, we can't, when new floods happen, we can't observe whether that's the case or not. So it's difficult to verify that. The assessment that was done was relatively simple, and that's okay, but it just took 2 cross sections through 2 parts of the watercourse. So that assumes that those 2 cross sections are representative of the shape of the whole watercourse, and that there's nowhere else along there that, so we're talking about the watercourse along the northern boundary, but it also runs a short stretch of the northwestern boundary as well. So there's a number of locations where, you could expect water to come out depending if the ground levels or if the channel levels are appropriate. It's really difficult to know retrospectively what exactly the situation is. Certainly any action that makes more space for the watercourse has got to be a positive thing.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Can I just add, sir, that
yeah,
even if that watercourse were to spill onto the application site, as you alluded to in your question, it's such a small volume of water that it would have no significant impact compared to the potential fluvial flood risk from the River North Esk. So I must say it took a long time in discussing this with SEPA to work out actually what they were concerned about was the impact on the flood risk next door, rather than this being a primary source of flooding to our site, which it clearly isn't. So I'm grateful for them to confirm that.
well, thank you. I understand the positions, and I'm just like you. I'm grateful for this really confirming that the effect that the main concern is the impact on the adjoining property, which obviously is something that will need to be taken into consideration in my report. And I know that the people who live there have made representations, so I will also take those into consideration as well. Right. I think we can move on to section 4 now, and that's to do with the impact of the flooding on the foul drainage from the development. And again, the bit of the background here is that the proposal is to install a packaged sewage treatment plant in the field to the southwest of the permanent site with an outfall into the North Esk. Now, the flood risk assessment indicates that much of this field will be subject to flooding during both the 0.5% and 0.1% AEP events. So I'm assuming the plant would have to be located at the highest end of this land above any flood levels, which would, as again is shown in the plans, necessitate a pumping station to take sewage from the site to the treatment plant. So the point I'm asking, or the question I'm asking, is that even if the treatment plant itself is not flooded, I'm assuming that the higher water level in the river would block the mouth of the outfall pipe. And would this be likely to create a backflow in that pipe, which would prevent the proper operation of the treatment plant, resulting in it becoming damaged or even put out of action, and the subsequent transmission of polluted water into the rivers when flood levels have fallen? So, Mr. Walton, can you, we're now into foul drainage, another of your specialties.
Well, I'm pleased to tell you, sir, that before I specialised in hydrology, I used to be a public health engineer. So The simple answer to your question is, I suppose, no, and I'll go through the reasons for it. You're quite right to say, sir, that the treatment plant is going to be located on the field next door, outside the 1 in 1,000-year flood envelope, so it will in itself remain dry. Irrespective, quite frankly, of where we were going to put the treatment plant, because it's a relatively flat site and it extends over quite a large area, to be able to collect all the foul drainage send to the treatment plant was going to necessitate a pumping station, because we have to have a gradient on the foul sewers. So to ask your question about what the way the treatment plant works is that the pumping station pumps the foul sewage up into the treatment plant. It is then treated, and then it is pumped out of the treatment chamber into a gravity pipe that then discharges out to the river. So basically, as long as the water levels in the River North Esk are lower than the top of the gravity pipe from the treatment plant, i.e. we haven't got a greater than 1 in 1,000-year flood event, there will always be a small hydraulic head. There'll be a level difference between the sewage coming to the top of the pipe and the water level at the outlet. So there'll always be a slight driving head to force the treated effluent out into the river. Having said that, sir, in the circumstances that we do have a flood that is a 0.5% or a 1% flood, the residents would have evacuated. So the way the pumping station works is that flows drain to the pumping station and it has a sump in it. And rather than the pumps running continuously, what happens is that the sump fills up to a certain level, and then the sewage is pumped out of it to a lower level. So basically, it's not continuous pumping, it batch pumps it. But when they evacuate the site, at very worst, there'll only be a couple of cubic meters of sewage in the sump. And once they've evacuated the site, there'll be no more sewage being pumped up to the effluent treatment works. It'll effectively stop. So when residents then return to site, in leaving the site, I would certainly be recommending that they turn off the pumps to the foul, to the actual pump that pumps flows up to the treatment works. First thing they will do is probably turn the pumps back on, and what that will do is it will evacuate the content of the foul drainage system over some period of time, admittedly, and they will be pumped through the treatment works. So whilst it will be, largely floodwaters, anything that's accumulated and left in the foul drainage network following a flood will then be discharged to the river via the treatment works.
Thank you. So basically what you're saying, and if just to confirm my understanding, as long as the top of the outfall pipe remains higher than water level in the river, even though the bottom of the outfall pipe, the discharge pipe, may be below that water level, there'll be sufficient head of pressure to maintain a water flow from the sewage from the treatment plant into the river. That would prevent any.
It couldn't backflow, sir.
It couldn't backflow.
No, not into treatment plants. Obviously, if the treatment plant gets inundated by the flooding, then but we're talking, we've cited it above the 0.1% AEP flood envelope. So we're talking about an extremely rare event. So
right. No, I accept that. But well,
shall I just carry on and deal with your points, or?
Well, I was going to ask you. I mean, going back to you mentioned the pumping station. I asked, can the pumping station itself be damaged by the floodwater?
Well, the pumping station itself, they're normally submersible pumps, so they're designed to operate in the swamp. They're designed to be underwater. Hence the name submersible. The bit that is vulnerable is the electrical control equipment, which is normally set on a kiosk above ground. So again, again, it will be a very simple job to ensure that the electrics that control the pumps or the control equipment are elevated above the flood level. You can imagine a control panel, so in a small hut that's set a minimum of a metre off the ground. That's plenty freeboard above the flood levels. So the pump itself is designed to be underwater all the time, so it's not going to be affected. It's the control equipment that might be, and that can be readily elevated above flood levels.
Okay, I think that's helpful. I understand that.
4.3, sir.
4.3.
We're on a roll. So you've asked whether or not, effectively, I think what you're asking. So I mean, the mobile homes are currently served by septic tanks, and I think that's agreed. That's not a sustainable long-term solution. The main trouble with septic tanks there is you need to have a drainage field to dispose the effluent. Whilst we did do some analysis that proved that we could kind of make that work, it took up a large area of the site, so we opted for a treatment works, which is, in my view, a far more sustainable solution for a development of this size. But anyway, so I think what you're asking, sir, is the same sort of question about the treatment plant as to whether or not effectively floodwaters could come back up through the toilets and flood the mobile homes.
It's that, and also whether sewage could, as a result of any increasing capacity, overcapacity of the pipes, come to the surface of the.
Okay, so firstly, obviously the toilets are generally above ground. They're in the mobile homes themselves, so they are above the ground level. So there's, again, I don't want to get when you flush the toilet, there's plenty of heads that water then drains all the way down to the pumping station. As I said before, then it's pumped out. So when the residents leave site, which is in advance of a flood, there'll be no more sewage being generated. So everything will have drained into the pumping station, and it'll either have been emptied, or there will be just, the worst case, there'll be a volume of untreated sewage in the bottom of the pumping station that's filled up, but not quite to the electrode that turns the pumps on. So there'll be a finite volume. So the thing is, though, that once the residents have left site, as I said, they're not going to be generating any sewage, and they won't be on site using the toilets while the flood is there. And when they come back to site, what they're going to have to do is to turn the pumps on to evacuate the bowel drainage system. Once that's been done, then the drainage system will work. They'll have capacity, if you like, to flush the toilets again. So I think the likelihood of any significant volumes of foul sewage causing a pollution incident, if you like, in the River North West are extremely remote. If you think about, just the 0.5% flood flow that we've been discussing at length, we're arguing about whether it's 900 or 1,000 cubic meters. That's cubic meters per second flowing past the point. If you add to that 2 cubic meters of sewage from the sump of the pumping station, you can see some dilution is absolutely massive. That amount of sewage would have no discernible impact on water quality. And in fact, during a flood of that event, it's likely that there'd be many septic tanks and cesspools upstream in the catchment that probably would be inundated by a flood event, and would probably lead to a far greater impact in terms of water quality, because you'll be aware, sir, that floodwaters generally tend to carry a lot of debris, oil, petrol, sewage, and all sorts of unpleasantness. And so the 2 cubic meters at most that's going to come out the sump of the pumping station is going to make very little difference at all.
I understand that. I think my main, I won't say concern, but the point I was trying to make is whether the site itself would be left polluted as a result of sewage from that system getting into the water that was standing on the site, and once that water drains away, leaving the site in a contaminated state.
I suppose there is a risk of that. So I mean, it will sit on the surface. I mean, the site has been laid to fall such that there is a sort of surface water drainage system, and you know, as part of the works you've seen that are set out in the flood risk and drainage assessment, we're putting in a network of surface water drains and soakaways. So yes, if there's any, I hate to use the word term, but it's a technical term, gross solids around on the site, they can easily be hosed away or cleaned up. But and yet some of the standing water might not be something you'd want to go and paddle in. But again, I would go back to the point that I made previously, that the likelihood of that actually occurring is relatively low. The number of times that's going to happen over the lifetime of the development. And I would say that that is not a reason why you should find, you know, on its own, that you should find that that's a reason why this site wouldn't be suitable, because it's something that's unlikely to happen very often, and the impact of it will be readily mitigated. So, but I do take the point making. There will inevitably be some form of cleanup required.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Does SEPA want to comment on this area at all, or is it feel that it's in its remit or not?
Well, perhaps I could maybe just briefly say that that these your detailed questions here are really for a professional drainage engineer to answer, because the reason being SEPA licenses the discharges from such facilities, but the technical engineering that goes into you know, all that design is something that the council will need to evaluate for itself in consideration of the planning application, or seek suitable qualified drainage engineer input. You know, our policy approach here is simply to avoid putting wastewater infrastructure in flood risk areas. So that's basically our principle here.
And I understand, and SEPA's made the point that obviously any discharge from the sewage treatment plant would still need a controlled activities regulations permit, and that hasn't obviously been applied for, but I understand that point.
Can I just come back on that a minute, sir, quickly?
Surely.
I mean, yes, I mean, SEPA are right to say that that they will deal with the licensing, but in terms of reviewing the adequacy of the drainage proposals, it's down to the council. And again, go to the point that the council has already considered this as part of the application and obviously recommended approval. So it's clear that the council was satisfied with the drainage measures that were put forward as part of the application. With regard to the car licensing, this is something that SEPA has raised on several occasions and tried to suggest that there's a degree of uncertainty around whether a car license would be granted or not. But I have made the point previously that based on a very simple analysis of what the dry weather flow is, i.e. the base flow in the River North Esk, would be that you use as a basis for estimating the impact, comparing that to the flow from the package treatment work of what is treated effluent is extremely high. There's a very, very high dilution. And I was, in my view, what we haven't applied for the car license, and we appreciate that's an expensive and time-consuming point that would be at risk for the applicant. I can't see a reason why a license wouldn't have been accepted. I can't remember off the top of my head what the dilution was, but something like 1 to 40,000 or something like that. I think if you found the transcript or the video of the council hearing, I commented on that then.
Sorry, I'm just looking for something to bear with me a minute. Well, I accept the point, and it's a matter anyway for people to, if and when it comes in front of them. Right. Okay. I was just going to ask from the council, Mr. McIntosh, obviously you don't have any environmental health people there with you. Do you want to make any comment on this issue of drainage or at this stage? Mr. McIntosh?
Yeah, sorry. No, the council's response was set out in our earlier written reply, and as set out in the report to committee. This is just as in most developments, we will look at what's submitted and deal with it by condition then, which is entirely competent and relevant.
Right, okay. So, yes, so the point you're making is that if permission was granted, there would still need to be approval for the details of the drainage system and the sewage treatment, and that the council would then consider that with its own experts on its merits in due course. Is that right?
Exactly, although it wouldn't be the council's experts on foul drainage. We'd be looking at what's technically submitted from the applicants, and again, SEPA would be a consultant on that.
Okay, I'm not going to labour this point because it's not major. We'll move on then to the final section, which is about the water supply.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just make a very brief point, please? Just on condition 2. It's just point the SEPA were keen that I flag that condition 2 is currently drafted, refers to the planning authority considering and approving details in consultation with SEPA. I think just taking Mr. McIntosh's response there and also what Mr. Mackay said earlier, it would probably be more appropriate if what the council were looking for was approval from the applicant's own engineers or certification from a suitably qualified engineer as to the design, rather than relying on SEPA exclusively for that. If it assists, I think we could probably provide very brief alternative wording for condition 2. It's a relatively small point.
We would, council would be more than happy to look at that and consider that. More than happy to look at the wording of any conditions and then present them back to yourself, sir.
Well, that might be sensible. If SEPA puts forward its suggested alternative wording, I mean, I think what you're both saying is that ultimately it's neither SEPA's responsibility and the council doesn't have its own, in a sense, expertise to judge the efficacy, if you like, of the drainage system, and therefore it would be looking for, in a way, an independent certification right from somebody that this was suitable fit for purpose. Does that seem reasonable, Mr. Walton?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we would, as the applicant, would be responsible for submitting the car license for a start, and providing drainage details. I don't think, unfortunately, we're allowed to mark our own homework, but we'd be happy to do so.
Yeah, well, that's the point that I was making. Quite, if you submit it and certify that it's good, it's great. That might not be quite the independent assessment that is needed, but I'm sure that something could be worded. So if you were to do that, Mr. Welton, pass it to circulate it around everybody, and then we can, I can take that on board.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that. Right, section 5.
I'm afraid that's me, I think, sir.
Yeah, okay, fine. You're a water specialist now.
Not quite.
Doesn't quite. The development is currently served by a borehole within the halting site, and I understand that the Environmental Health Department of the council has tested the quality of the water. But I'm just wondering about what investigations, if any, have been carried out onto the adequacy of the supply to serve development, bearing in mind that if planning permission was to be given, possibility is that this would be in perpetuity, and therefore they would be relying on the water supply to provide water for their forever. And do we know, is there any information on the extent of the aquifer or its recharge area to know whether this is a feasible proposition?
Okay, this response is in part recounting my discussion with Mr. MacDonald and in part my own analysis. So if I just go through the points that you've raised one at a time, sir. So your 5.1.
Yeah.
I think we Mr. MacDonald, the applicants have been clear that if the application is approved, their intention is to bring mains water supply to both sites. So there'll be no reliance on the boreholes. I'm going to, so in terms of the long-term sustainability, I'll wrap that up in effectively your question 5.3. So Mr. MacDonald has advised that the fishing lodge on the other side of the road and Eskview farm next to the site are both served by mains water. So we can see no practical reason why a mains water supply could not be supplied to the site. However, as you've asked the question, the sustainability, long-term sustainability of the aquifer hasn't been considered explicitly, and I've noted from the council's suggested conditions that if for whatever reason, and we think it'd be highly unlikely that public water supply couldn't be provided, mains water supply couldn't be provided, then yes, we would have to do a hydrogeological investigation to look at the long-term sustainability of the aquifer. At section 2.5, page 4 of the flood risk and drainage appraisal, at the bottom of the page, there's a link that takes you to basically a water resources site, which is.
Can I just? I'm just writing down. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. My fault. Sorry, sir.
No. Yeah, sorry. What page of the document we're referring to?
So if we're looking at it's the flood risk and drainage assessment, so yeah. Page 5. And if you look at footnote 9, it gives you a reference to the River Basin Management Plan interactive mapping, which is a source of information on groundwater bodies, including aquifer.
Yeah.
So I did make a point of checking that myself last night, and the site picked on the St Cyrus groundwater body.
Mm-hmm.
And this extends to some 54.7 square kilometres. So it is sort of on the fringes of it, but it is a significant groundwater body. So it's not.
How many square kilometres? Sorry.
54.7.
Yeah.
So it's not an insignificant aquifer, and it is identified as providing a public supply in terms of people can access it. So it's not as if we're dealing with a small isolated lens of gravel here. This is a large groundwater body. So I would expect that, bearing in mind when all said and done, that the water that's been abstracted for this site is not going to be significant compared to, say, if a water company had a major abstraction borehole in there trying to take water for public supply. This is not going to be a major drawdown. The aquifer itself, one of the, this is all to do with the Water Framework Directive, which I think is still in force, probably till January, but who can tell. But the water flows and levels that are reported there, which is the requirement of the Water Framework Directive, are reported of good status for the long term. So what they're basically saying is that this is a sustainable aquifer over the long term. That's beyond, I think, 2027, end of the Water Framework Directive compliance measures period. So therefore, in my view, I wouldn't expect, even if the borehole was to continue, I wouldn't expect it to have a significant drawdown effect to the extent that there would be a risk of saline intrusion or drawing water into the northwest. However, of course, if in the circumstances that there couldn't be a mains water supply to the site, which I think it seems highly unlikely to me, but it seems like it's a good possibility that they could provide the site, we would need to do a hydrogeological study to prove that point. But that was just my assessment based on information before me.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. That's helpful. But what's perhaps most helpful is the I say commitment that as long as it's practicable by the applicants to connect to a public water main, which obviously would obviate all the not problems but the potential issues that I raised in these
absolutely so
questions. But we might as well do the last one in the event that you can't do that, which is the question going back. It's analogous to the drainage issue. What happens if the site floods in terms of the borehole and the pumping equipment and the quality of water?
Okay, well, again, Mr. McDonald, and I'll ask him right at the end just to confirm that what I've told you is we'll have it independently verified by Mr. McDonald at the end here. But if the borehole is going to be retained on site to provide water to the site in the longer term, then what we would do is what we would do is ensure that the headworks, the top of the borehole, is adequately protected. So that can be put in place by this is effectively stopped making sure that floodwaters couldn't go down the borehole bore itself. Similarly, there's pumping equipment in place, so we would need to make sure that the pumps themselves are, particularly the control equipment, is protected. And then Mr. McDonald advises that water is currently drawn from the borehole and stored in two 6,000 litre tanks. And then water is drawn from those tanks and supplied to the site through a triple filter system. So the water that's coming out of the borehole is being stored and then treated. So if the worst will come to the worst and the site were flooded, first of all, the protection of the borehole itself will be protected from effectively, floodwaters going down the bore. But secondly, there's 12,000 litres of water that's readily available to supply the residents on the site if, for whatever reason, some remedial works needs to be done to the borehole. So in summary, in the unlikely event that we can't get a public supply or mains water supply to the site, I think the borehole supply would be made resilient and would be resilient in the longer term.
Thank you. That's helpful. Mr. McDonald, do you want to just confirm that?
Yes, that is correct.
So, but your initial proposal is to try, as far as you can, as it's possible, you will connect to the public mains.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. It's only across the road. So,
yeah. Right.
From the park.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just if I go to the council again, I mean, that presumably, particularly the connection to public mains, would be acceptable from your point of view, because I think it's what your environmental health officers had wanted in the first place. Mr. McIntosh?
Yes, exactly. That would be acceptable.
Right. Well, that really draws my questions to a close. Does before closing the hearing, are there any final points that the parties want to make on the matters that we've been talking about today? And I'll start with the council. Mr. McIntosh, is there anything you'd like to say?
No, I'd just like to thank everybody for participating. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Welton for SEPA.
Right. For me,
No, sir. I'm sorry. I just double checked there. Yes, nothing further from us. Thank you for conducting these proceedings so well. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Ms. Foxon Black.
I would like to make one concluding remark, if that's okay.
I'd like to make one concluding remark, if that's okay.
If that's okay.
I'll keep it brief.
Yes, Mr. Walton.
I just wanted to bring all this together really as a sort of concluding remark about managing risk. The disagreement between myself and SEPA amounts in essence to how frequently the site will flood. I say there's currently an annual probability of less than 1.5%, and SEPA says less than 2%. We both agree that the risk will increase with the advent of climate change. Both parties accept that the site is at risk of flooding, albeit we differ by around 200 millimetres. If a flood occurs, the likelihood that the flood would last for perhaps a day at the most, so residents of the site would be in peril from the risk of flooding for perhaps one day, on average, say 50 or 70 years, depending on whose analysis you choose to accept. I would ask you to contrast this with the risk to residents should planning permission be refused. There is no prospect of an alternative site being provided.
No, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you there, Mr. Walton, because you're straying into other matters beyond what we're talking about today.
I apologise. I will stop there. But I think you've heard me say it before, then, sir. So
no, thank you. Ms. Farquharson Black, have you got anything you want to say?
No, sir. Thank you.
Right. Well, I will thank you all for your contributions, for your cooperation, and I found it very helpful. I apologise for the technical hitch, which seems to have been at this end, which may have been just as well, so I can't blame anybody else. So without any further ado, and I shall bring this hearing to a close. Or perhaps I should say, obviously, now that I've got this information, I will be finalising my report to Scottish ministers, which I hope to be able to do and to be able to submit to them. I'm not putting forward any hostages to fortune here, but I'm hoping to be able to submit that to them before Christmas. So I say once again, thank you very much, and I wish you a very good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Callum, are you still on? Callum?
He may be involved in something else at the moment.
It was to see whether he could put us into the private room, to chat. But it's all right. I'll do another call. That's all right, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I know that there's another WebEx meeting going on internally, and he may be involved in that.
Okay, that's fine.